asked me to share it with him. I did it for you.
Evening. Welcome everybody to the Portsmouth City Planning Board meeting, February 17th, 2022. We have, before we get into the agenda, the city attorney has actually asked for some time at the beginning. And I'm not even going to ask for a vote. Have him come up and give us some instruction.
Members of the board, good evening. Robert Sullivan, city attorney. As the chairman said, I'm here at my request to address the board briefly about the matter of North Mill Pond Holdings LLC at 1 Rains Avenue versus the city of Portsmouth. It will have an effect on proceedings this evening, so the idea was to discuss it at the beginning of the meeting. On the 9th of February, but only served this week, was that lawsuit that I just described. It is a pretty serious matter, quite a lengthy petition as land use appeals go. It is 20 pages in length. The lawsuit contains 3 counts. The city is the defendant, but actions of the planning board and to a lesser degree actions of the zoning board are the subject matter of the case. The first count is an appeal of the planning board's decision on a motion for rehearing, which occurred at the board's last meeting, and the board determined to hold a rehearing. The petition raises a number of legal questions which sort of begin with the idea that the planning board didn't have the legal authority to conduct a rehearing. Also raises a number of very specific issues about actions of particular members of the board, and generally is a request that the court order that there shouldn't be and couldn't be any rehearing. Count 2 is in some ways a repeat of count 1, except that it asks the judge to make declaratory rulings on most of those same points, and the declaratory ruling would just be a statement by the court, not necessarily an order, but a statement by the court as to what the law is with regard to various questions, such as, can a planning board hold a rehearing? The complaint, to be accurate, is fairly vitriolic. I would suggest that all the members of the planning board read it. I don't really wish to get into any further detail about the content of the complaint at this time, because it is now the subject matter of serious litigation, and to the extent the board wishes to discuss it, I would suggest that we hold a non-public session at an appropriate time. There are a couple more points, however, that need to be made. And first off, this lawsuit makes a really assiduous claim for attorney's fees to be paid by the city because of actions of the planning board. I point this out to you because that is a rare situation. I have handled a tremendous number of land use appeals over the years, as much as anybody, I would think, and I've never seen anything quite like this. So when the board members read the complaint, I would suggest that you direct some attention to that third count, the claim for attorney's fees. There are, as I say, some fairly vitriolic comments there, and it's a very strongly worded provision. But it is actually the last item in the complaint that brings me here tonight at the beginning of this meeting, and that is because the process of appealing a planning board decision a little different than appeal of a zoning board decision. The process of appealing a planning board decision to Superior Court calls for the appealing party to file a request for what they call certiorari to the Superior Court. And this means that before taking any action on an ex parte basis without the city being, in this case, even alerted to what is happening, the judge conducts a very brief preliminary hearing to determine whether or not to issue any preliminary orders. And the preliminary orders did issue and were issued in this case. And the order reads as follows. By order dated February 14th, 2022, Superior Court has ordered, Judge Myra Wagling, Superior Court judge has ordered, quote, proceedings upon the decision appealed from are stayed, end quote. Meaning that, very specifically, the rehearing cannot go forward. The rehearing that was voted by this board because of the fact that the court has now ordered that it not happen. Beyond that, the attorneys in the case, including Attorney McCallum, who represents some abutters, have agreed that give the order its full effect. Everything is stayed. No action should be taken by anyone in connection with Rains Avenue application. No rehearing should be held. And this situation will only end when, in some way or another, a court orders it. And the variety of remedies that the court might order go all the way from simply overturning the planning board on the one hand and not allowing anything further to happen, all the way to upholding the planning board, in which case I would think the rehearing would go on, or the court could make the decisions on the issues itself, eliminating the need for a rehearing. But we won't know that, and we won't know it for a while. The city has 30 days from the filing of this suit to file an answer. I'm advised that Attorney McCallum will be intervening in this case on behalf of certain private clients he has who have an interest in the case. And when the answer is prepared and filed, copies will be provided to you. And at that time, the best way to read it is to take the complaint, put it in front of you, take the answer, put it in front of you, read complaint 1, answer 1, complaint 2, answer 2, etc. And that's where we are at the moment, Mr. Chair. And as I say, the court has ordered that no action take place.
And as I understand it, Attorney Sullivan, that would include not even looking at the minutes with respect to that meeting.
That's right. We're trying to give this court order a full and literal meaning that no action should take place.
Any other questions for Attorney? Thank you. That does bring us to the minutes. Folks had a chance to look over the minutes of the last meeting, not counting what we just heard about?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes minus the one case.
Second. Can I just make one comment? On just before 6B, preliminary conceptual consultation, the paragraph just before is it's abbreviated, all the members' names and everything, so that just needs to be adjusted. So.
Yes.
I just have a question, which is, so at some other point, if we're able to return to the rehearing, can we return to corrections of the minutes? Because I did have comments about the minutes on that subject. So will there be an opportunity?
I believe so. I also had some comments, but those won't happen tonight.
Motion that those minutes are suspended then until,
I think that's what Councilor Moreau said.
Without those
Right.
minutes.
those minutes are in suspense essentially.
Right, they're on hold.
Good.
Any other discussion? All those in favor of the minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. We have a fairly robust agenda tonight, and I did have a request for items 4A and B, which are simple requests to postpone, to come up earlier tonight, which I think might require a
I'll make a motion to suspend the rules so that we can bring this forward.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion to consider items 4A and 4B together. Both 4A is to request to postpone the request of Kate Street Development as the owner for property at 406 Route 1 bypass for an amended site plan review approval to reconfigure and expand the parking on tax map 172 Lot 2, tax map 172 Lot 1, and tax map 165 Lot 2 to contain 73 new spaces, 52 covered, to renovate the existing structure on tax map 172 Lot 2, and to add a bioretention storm facilities, stormwater collection and treatment facilities on tax map 172 Lot 1, map 165 Lot 2. The properties are shown on the assessor's map 172 Lot 1, 172 Lot 2, and 165 Lot 2, and lie within the Gateway Corridor District. Motion to postpone?
I will make a motion that we take them together and postpone them together.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. We have, next item is determination of completeness. Site plan review, request of Rishi Construction Company as owner, Green and Company Building and Development Corporation as applicant for property located at 3400 Lafayette Road for conditional use permit for development site in accordance with section 10.5B40 of the zoning ordinance and site plan approval.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I have to recuse myself on these next two items that are accessing frontage on US 1.
Okay. Mr. Simonis, can you sit on this one?
Yes, I can.
Who was here to,
Mr. Chair,
yes.
just like to let the board know, and for the record, that I've known the applicant, one of the two applicants, for 25-plus years, personal and extraneous business relationships, but I have nothing to do with this project or no bearing on anything.
Thank you for that.
Mr. Chair, since we're at determinations of completeness, I'd make a motion that we determine that the, everything is complete and that we can move forward with site plan review.
Yes, thank you for that.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Now we can proceed.
Well, we have to do the other determination of completeness.
We have the other one as well.
You want to read that one?
The request of Monarch Village LLC on behalf of Medisha Hospitality LLC for property at 3548 Lafayette Road. This is also for site plan approval.
I make a motion that we have determinations of completeness is satisfied for that, the site plan review.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. So now we're on to public hearings that I jumped the gun on. Ricci Construction, 3400 Lafayette Road.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm Attorney John Boson, and I represent the applicant, Green and Company. We're seeking approval for a townhome-style condominium located in the Gateway Neighborhood Mixed-Use Corridor, G1 District. I'd like to begin by introducing you to our development team. We have Rick Green, Jenna Green, and Michael Green with us tonight. And we also have Greg Michelides from August Consulting. Unfortunately, Joe Cornati from Jones and Beach is our project engineer. He was not able to join us tonight, but I'm confident Greg will be able to pitch in just fine. This is a residential development. It's allowed by right in this zone, and it will consist of 50 condominium units, which are far less than what the ordinance allows. The overall site here is 44 acres. 28.8 of those acres sit in the NRP zone. 15 acres in the gateway, which under the ordinance allows for 16 units per acre, so a total of 248 units would be allowed on the site. We're planning to construct 50 units, and we'll be donating a little over 10.3 acres of land to the city as a conservation easement. So what we're proposing is far less than what is allowed under the ordinance. Our development team has been hard at work on this project for quite some time. In fact, we were before this board for a conceptual review hearing on November 24th, 2020. Since that time, we've had numerous meetings with city staff and DPW. We've had 3 meetings before the Conservation Commission. We've had a zoning board meeting, and we've had 3 technical advisory committee meetings, and a joint site walk with Conservation and the Planning Board. We did receive TAC approval on August 3rd, 2021, and Conservation Committee approval on August 21st. Since then, our team has been working with DPW on the costs associated with the off-site improvements to bring the sewer to the site. We are in agreement with the recommendation. You probably have a letter from Terry Damaris of February 10th for a contribution of $155,000 for that off-site improvement, and we are in agreement with that. So with that brief background, I'd like to have Greg Michaelides come up to the podium, walk us through the site, then I'm going to come back and go through some of the CUP requirements.
Good evening. Greg Michaelides from August Consulting. I am filling in for Joe Coronati, but just for the record, I have attended all those TAC meetings and all the Conservation Commission meetings, and I've also attended the joint site walk. So I've been involved with this project for well over a year now. This is a pretty unique site. This is I started permitting in Portsmouth in 1985. I don't think I've seen a most unique site as this one, and I'm going to go through what makes it unique. One, it's set back from Route 1. You can see up to the, where's the pointer? Won't work. There we go. The frontage is up here, right off of Lafayette Road. Good site distance in both locations. As John mentioned, there's 28 acres that's in a permanent conservation easement. That was it was a wetland mitigation site back in 1985 when Portsmouth Hospital was constructed. The site is surrounded on both the south and, no, this doesn't want to work tonight. It's surrounded down here in both the south and the west by City of Portsmouth conservation land. Coach Road is to the south, and as John mentioned, only 5 acres of the 44-acre site is proposed to be developed. So with that, what you're looking at is there's 12 different buildings, there's 50 units. That site layout has been vetted a number of times with discussions with staff and TAC, and try to get the right unit mix. There'll be 3-bedroom units. There's 2-car garage, parking underneath. Basically 2 bedrooms and a home office, just the way things are going nowadays. There's 37,000 square feet. If any of you have been out on site, in the lighter green area, it's area that's been disturbed in the wetlands buffer. So we're actually going to be restoring that 37,000 square feet of buffer disturbance. The site's been designed to create, a really nice private neighborhood. There's walking paths along the back of the units. We've had a lot of discussion with Conservation Commission, and once you're out there on site, you can see the clear demarcation. So they've asked us to put a cedar fence along the 3-rail cedar fence along the walking path to kind of keep people out of the wetlands, but also be able to enjoy that open area. There's also going to be a 4,800 square foot park located down in this area, right in the center of the cul-de-sac. There's a patio out there, sitting area, benches. There's some pet waste stations there. There's another pet waste station along the walking path. Drainage is fairly simple for this site. If you look at the plans, half the site is draining up to this location down here. The remaining site is draining down to this location here. All work is outside of the wetlands buffer. There is going to be 2,600 square feet of buffer, temporary buffer impacts. Basically, there'll be an outlet swale from both the north and the south drainage systems that it's really just to convey clean stormwater. All the stormwater is going to be treated outside of the buffers, and that'll be restored. Those two areas will be restored with wetland mix. And then there's a sewer manhole with a contour around it. It's about 100 square feet of temporary disturbance until they install that manhole, and then they would just grade it and restore with wetland mix. So it's a very, very robust landscaping plan, creating a real private community off of Route 1. The site is fed by municipal water, municipal sewer. As John mentioned, we've had numerous discussions with DPW. There's a $155,000 fee for help with infiltration and inflow that's in this watershed. I guess the last thing, I'm just trying to keep it simple. I know you have a long agenda. The last thing is community space. It's supposed to provide 4.4 acres. There's going to be 10.9 acres provided. That's detailed on your plans. The conservation easement, as John mentioned, is 10 acres, 10.3. That park is 4,800 square feet, and it's almost a half acre of walking paths, 8-foot wide stone dust walking paths. So minimum open space required in this zone is 20%. There's going to be 85.3% provided. Maximum building coverage are allowed 50%. There's only going to be 5.6%. So I'd just like to open up to any questions. Or you want to talk about this? Okay.
Thank you, Greg. With respect to the conditional use permits for the development site, just like to run through those criteria. Section 10.5B 4310 requires that the development site be consistent with the city's master plan, and in that regard, we are providing housing, I would say, much needed housing that's well suited for our changing demographics and our current and future workforce. We're building 50 units with multiple unit sizes that will provide some reasonable degree of affordability. The units are also townhome style, which are very desirable units, and there will also be sufficient space to allow for a home office, which is really important for today's home buyer. Next, the development site has been designed to allow a use that's appropriate for its context and consistent with the city's planning goals and objectives for the area. Again, this is a gateway project of an allowed use of townhome-style condominiums. We're not overburdening the site. We're building far less units than the ordinance provides for. And this development, again, is permitted and appropriate for the site. It also includes public realm improvements that exceed what the ordinance requires. Next, the project includes measures to mitigate or eliminate anticipated impacts on traffic, safety, and circulation, demand on municipal services, stormwater runoff, natural resources, and adjacent neighborhood character. And to this point, as Greg mentioned, we are restoring wetlands that are currently being impacted. We're doing a substantial planting in the buffer. We're donating over 10 acres of land to the city for conservation purposes. We also have a dog park for the development. We're building an 8-foot multi-use path and sidewalks throughout the site. We've also done a traffic study that concluded that there won't be any significant alteration to the existing traffic pattern. So we do believe that this development will complement the surrounding properties as well. We're surrounded by condominiums, this condominium property on really both sides of us. One of them is currently in development, and there's one in the front of us. And then obviously there's the sewer connection that we've discussed. So for all these reasons, we do believe that the project is consistent with the purpose and the intent set forth in section 10.5B11. I think at this point, Greg and I can answer any questions you may have regarding the site.
Any board members have any questions? Nope, sorry. There you are.
I had my hand up. I really actually have a pretty easy question. I don't know who's going to be the right person to answer it, though. Is there anywhere near this public transportation access to this site? anyone
I don't
knows.
think there is.
I'm just curious. I wasn't sure. I mean, all of these larger sort of developments that are getting farther away from, where people might work or play, I was just might look into, where's the closest one and making sure that people would know that
Yeah.
and have access to it, just because I think that would be really handy for the residents.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think that's something that hopefully as
There's
a
probably one
community we're
around there
able to.
somewhere.
Or there will be.
Jane?
Yeah, I think somewhere in the reading it said that there was a bus, route that they could walk to. I remember reading that, but because I had the same question about, in terms of having impact on, municipal services, it seems to me that I drove around the site and all around the neighborhood, and as you described, with a number of other condominium projects also already standing there, the added traffic, especially trying to turn left to go into downtown, into Portsmouth. I don't know if it, I'm not a traffic expert, but I don't know if it warrants an actual light somewhere, like an extra light. I know it's down from some pizza factory or something where there is a light and an intersection at the fire department there. But this is building density, like pretty close but further down. So that was one of my questions. Or perhaps an extension of like the coast bus routes. Because when you take a look at the urban corridors in our master plan, which I reviewed very carefully, the vision is really for mixed use, creating unique neighborhoods and village centers. And so I guess that's what I would have wished to have seen here, is that, you take advantage of the fact that there's conservation land there that you're saying is part of the common space, and that you're able to draw people there other than just residents to have parking to enjoy the conservation space, and/or to actually go to something that looks like another village center. I'm just going to use the example of the mini mall that we have, or a kind of village center right off of Lafayette Road that has McKinnon's in it.
Yes.
Has apartment complexes in it, has more apartment complexes coming into it. That sort of thing, I think, is closer to the vision of having thriving village centers leading up and actually connecting to downtown. So my 2 points are, I don't find the connectivity, and I don't see anything, even a unique version of a village center.
I guess to that point, I would say that we're confined by the environment that we have. So we have this huge site of 44 acres, but there are 28 of those acres that are already in NRP, which were, so that this area back here is subject to the easement because of when the hospital was built. That was the mitigation area. So we really couldn't do anything with the rest of that, land. So the as-built environment kind of limited us to here, and then there's the 10 acres that we're donating to the city. Now, what's interesting, though, about this is that, I think that 10 acres is down here, there's Coach Road that's down there, which is a city road, and there's trails that exist from Coach Road. So some people already go down Coach Road. I don't know if you've ever been down there, but people do park their car there. There are some trails, and people do go take their dogs and walk back there. So I do think that there's an opportunity for the public to connect into this trail system that exists and, enhance the opportunity for the public. But, yeah. With respect to the traffic, Greg may have more to add. We did do a traffic study, and Greg, maybe you want to just comment on that.
So a couple things. We just checked, and Hillcrest Estates is the closest Coast bus stop. So certainly, we can make a phone call to Coast and see with the development going down that end, see if, they want to add, I know just from experience dealing with them, you know, they want to try to limit their stops because they don't have unlimited, you know, it screws up all their schedules. So they may want to switch once they see what development's happening down here. That's number one. As far as the traffic study, Steve Pernaugh, and we do need a DOT permit, but Steve Pernaugh did a traffic study, and AM trips, there's 4 in, 13 out at AM peak hour. So you can see that's, what, 1 every 5 minutes. And then PM peak, there's 23 trips, 14 in, 9 out. So again, that's, you know, 23 over the course of an hour. So, but again, that'll be vetted by DOT. The other thing regarding the master plan, in this zone, the gateway zone, section 10.5B 42.30, you are allowed a general residential development. So this meets that part of the gateway ordinance. And, you know, what's unique about this site is there's only 128 feet of frontage. So it really doesn't lend itself to a retail or commercial site. Retailers are struggling enough when they have, you know, street frontage, never mind trying to set back and trying to find somebody. So anyway, I hope that answers your questions, or does it, or do you have any other questions? Or
Yeah, there is a difference between the master plan and the zoning ordinance itself, though. I understand your
Correct.
point,
Yep.
but your point was to the zoning ordinance.
Okay.
My point is to the master plan.
Okay.
And my last comment about it is about the adjacent neighborhood character.
Yeah.
Because there's 2 little houses, individual residential houses that are along the front of Lafayette Road, that this entire thing, I don't know if it shows, I can't tell from that display, but that this entire thing will be built behind, like they will now have backyards where they're looking at this new condominium. So when you talk about, well, this is in character with the other condominium projects, yes, but it's really not in character with the individual residences that are spotted up and down all along, like the half an acre from the entrance to this proposed development.
I think you were either an alternate or you were probably on the board at the time when the whole gateway districts were, you know, all of them, you know, not only here in Woodbury and all that. And yeah, I think there was pros and cons. I remember listening to those discussions of what do we want to see. So, you know, you have a mile or whatever it is of gateway zoning, and yes, there is residential houses that have been there before the gateway zone was adopted.
It just,
And we clearly recognize those residential houses where, you know, if you look, there's a 6-foot fence that starts at that corner in the landscaping, and we bring it all the way down to the south end. So it starts at the north end of that property line and goes all the way down to the south end behind the unit. So, and it is a pretty robust landscaping plan.
so are you saying you are fencing off, like, their backyards from view of the development?
Yeah, there'll be a
Is that it?
6-foot vinyl fence along that whole parallel to Route 1. And then you can see also the plantings.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Greg, before you leave, just
Yeah.
clarify on traffic.
Yes.
I assume Steve didn't even get to a traffic signal warrant analysis because of the numbers?
Yeah, what he said is actually, and I don't want to speak for him, he is here for another project. So, Steve, if I say something wrong, come in and kick me. But the daily fluctuations are actually more than the traffic. You know, he had recordings from 14, 20, 17, and 20. You know, those years. There's a recorder on the Rye line, and his conclusion was the daily fluctuations are more than what these trips are going to generate. There was no impact. And
You're not applying for a signal?
No.
I believe we are looking at a conditional use permit for a development of this type in this district. Councilor Moreau?
I just have one more question. I remember in my looking at this that you guys were pulling off of the sewer line that's at the back of the property, but there is a sewer line that runs down Lafayette Road, and I just was wondering what the justification or reason is for the choice and what you did.
Yes, no, good memory. So yes, originally it was out back, and because the Conservation Commission had concern of temporary impacts, it was like 21,000, and the city wasn't sure about the capacity in Lafayette. It took us about 6 months to get through that, but now the connection is in front to Lafayette. There'll be a pump station up at the northern corner of the property. Everything's gravity flowing to there, and it's going out to Lafayette. And that's part of the study that DPW is doing now in the I&I, that there is capacity with I&I improvements to tie into Route 1 and also the pump station.
Okay, great, thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Just Greg first, and then you, Corey.
A couple of places on here it references not using salt at all. That's a good idea, but what's going to be done instead, and how is that going to be enforced in perpetuity? I mean, this will be around for a long time.
We'd be using sand, and we're going to enforce it by putting it as a covenant in the condominium documents. So the condominium documents will require that there be no salt on site.
Will
And
the
that was
city-
at the request of the Conservation Commission.
Oh, yeah,
which
yeah,
we
no,
agreed to.
but will the city have to enforce that, or?
No, it's private road.
Okay,
So
private
that'll
road.
be, yeah, the condominium enforced, but the condominium documents will not allow for any salt.
A question on the condominium documents. Can someone further elaborate on the plants planted within 5 feet of a roof drip edge system and what that may entail or may not entail?
Well, I think that was on the recommendation from the Conservation Commission. and
Yeah.
That will make its way to the condominium documents. Now, the
Sure.
condominium association will be charged with compliance with that.
Yeah, I think obviously, much like Greg just alluded to, this is going to be around for a long time, and whether you're the first owner or the third or fifth owner of that condo unit, that's just something we want to highlight, obviously, just
Right.
with the sensitivity to the land behind you.
Yeah, and that'll be, again, the association will be able to enforce that because it will be a provision in the condominium documents. No different than,
Yeah.
any other stipulation in the condo documents.
And in the OM plan for the grounds, the common area grounds, there are annual inspections for catch basins and stone drains and et cetera. We just had a week where we had freezing temps, we had snow, we had rain, and now today it's 50 and everything's melting, and there's a lot of debris that could be built up. It may be good to have more routine inspections of those types of things rather than just annual. We have pretty inclement weather, and you have a very sensitive water body behind you. So to make sure that all of the repairs that you're doing on that sensitive area maintain themselves, it may be good to have more routine inspections. rather
Yeah,
than
I'm
just
okay
annual.
with putting that, we could make that a stipulation. put
Yeah,
that
and
in
I
the
don't know how
condominium
you institute it.
documents.
It doesn't certainly have to be weekly, but maybe just more frequently in the annual.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Chairman. So I guess building upon that, you guys, or I guess on the salt comment from Mr. Mahana, there's a proposed treatment plan, TR1, there's like a red and a green on there. Is that the proposed treatment plan?
Can you speak that, Greg?
I think they labeled it treatment plan, but really the intent was with the Conservation Commission, they were trying to understand where the drainage went.
Gotcha.
Um,
Okay.
Do you want to see that on the, I mean, that's the one, Stephanie.
I have it right in front of me.
Yeah, I think she has it too. I think it's
Okay.
the fourth sheet. Yeah. So what it is, Corey, is basically the light brown area goes to the wet pond, which is in dark, and then the light green area goes to the dark green area, which is the bioretention. The Conservation Commission wanted to see how the drainage was flowing and where the outlets were.
Okay.
So there's an outlet, you can actually see it in the blue, up on the north side, that's the outlet, and then down on the south side too.
Okay, great. And I know there was a lot of comments in the packet from the Conservation Commission and stuff about the impacts of the prime wetland from the sewer connection. That has all been eliminated by going out the
Yeah,
road?
there's nothing
Okay.
going out back. I mean, the town, the city does have a sewer that runs back out behind this property, and
Right.
that's where we were originally going to go.
Okay.
But yeah, that's all been eliminated.
All right, and another comment from the Conservation Commission was to include NOFA standards within the condominium documents. I didn't see anything on the plans reflecting that for, pertaining to the stabilization of the site at completion. Would you guys be opposed to doing any?
You agreed to that, yeah, John? Yeah, John's going to have that in the docs.
Okay,
Yep.
fantastic. And I guess this is more just kind of building upon the whole, and I'm curious to see how the development group thought about this, but so you guys have the trail that's going out to court. There's already an existing trail that goes to that sewer easement.
Right.
And then the sewer easement itself is a trail that not only, provides recreation out there, but it also connects all the way over to the, I forget the name of the neighborhood, but Nathaniel Street, I think, is the one over there. Did you guys have any discussions with the city about how to not develop that, but, create a trail system? Because people are going to use that already. I mean, it's already a trail. They're going to continue using it. So why not try to actually, because it's such a sensitive environment, try to establish a trail that, people aren't wandering all over the place?
Yeah, we had a lot of discussions, and Andrew was on the Conservation Commission at the time, and so we had trails that were in, out, connected, not connected. So I think that's something, and Andrew, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that the Conservation Commission really wants to take a bigger look at all the land, because to your point, the city owns everything to the south and to the west. And I think they were trying to have a philosophical discussion among themselves as how much public access and where and who maintains it and safety. And am I saying that right?
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say, it sounded like at the time the applicant had interest and willingness to participate in that type of discussion, but the city just could not make it a ruling on it at the time for this proposal. And so it's a further matter. Obviously, it can be brought up in the future, and I think that the applicant and future development partner would be willing to do it. There was no resolution right then and there.
Okay.
I think that's an initiative that the city, I think the city in general wants to look at all the public lands and access and where to allow people and not allow people, safety, not safety. But that was the discussion. We had a number of discussions, but yeah, we were not trying to preclude public access.
Yep.
And the final decision was go with what we have. Coach Road's already there. There's already a trail, to your point. We're not going to stop people from walking through here. They can walk through. We have some way stations for pets.
Now, Coach Road is currently blocked off, correct? The partway down?
Partly, yes.
Is it the intention to open it all the way to the cul-de-sac so that, or is it going to continue to be blocked?
It's a city road with city property around it.
Okay,
Yeah.
Okay, but
Yeah.
so there hasn't been any discussions on trying to open or start maintaining the road, because it's really kind of non-maintained at this point.
I don't know what the city's doing internally, yeah.
Thank you.
Well, just Greg, on Corey's point, I have a question before. So with respect to the public access easements, I didn't see public access easements defined yet. It sounds like you want to reserve those for a future discussion.
The Conservation Commission didn't want them. They didn't want public access easements. We had that discussion, and again, Andrew, correct me if I'm wrong, but
That's fairly accurate, yeah. And they couldn't determine what the highest and best use, or if any use, would be applicable to this. And again, obviously, because there's a public works entrance there, there's a dog trail, and then you have 3 or 4 different neighborhoods that would be contributing to traffic in that foot trail. So we could not make the determination at the time that it would be either beneficial or disadvantageous to not do it, unadvantageous.
Can I add one more comment to this?
Okay, just one, maybe I misunderstood Corey's comment.
Okay.
People are already using it? Already using the alignment of the sewer line?
yeah, that's off our property. That's not on our
That's
property.
completely off, not
Yeah.
that line going through the red hatched area is off-site?
Well, yeah, I'm sorry. It's in the NRP zone, the National Resource Protection Zone.
But that's your property?
Correct. But they, again, I don't want to speak for the Conservation Commission, but they didn't know if they wanted people out there walking around, because in their view, it's a very sensitive area.
Okay, you've clarified it. Councilman Moreau?
I'm just thinking that, within the next couple of years, that rail trail that's all back behind all this property is going to get done, because it's in the plan to get done through the state, and then it will be turned over to the city, at which point we'll have our own process to be able to figure out access points to the rail trail. And it might be that the end of that road where the cul-de-sac is will be the possibility, or at least at that time, the city can actually really look into the access for the public that would actually get them out to the rail trail. And I think that neighborhood could feed into that as well.
Okay, well, where I was going was just whether there needed to be a note on the plan about reserving the right to have that conversation in the future. But if that's up to the board. So, Jane, you've had a,
Well, this is related to this because we have in our memo, it's very explicit that TAC, wants us to look at deeded public access to the proposed open space and undeveloped portion of the property that abuts city-owned parcels. So there's some portion of this that's not city, that's not part of from what I'm hearing, the Conservation Commission's conversations, that we need to have a discussion that they're saying is outstanding about deeded public access, so.
That was for the front 10 acres, the 10 acres that the city's getting the conservation easement on. Can you go to the second sheet? Second sheet.
There you go.
So it's the green hatched area to the bottom. That's what's that's going to the city, a conservation easement. So that's what the discussion is. Does the city want paths from Coach Road on there or not? We don't care. It doesn't matter. We're not developing it. We're not, it doesn't affect our development. It's really an internal discussion with the city to decide, do you want to open up Coach Road to the public, and do you want to have a walking path through there? We have, our path stops there at our formal path stops where the informal path ends. But there's a path out there. If you walk out there, you can skirt around out there. There's a 4-foot path from Coach Road to there. So we're not precluding, we're not stopping the city from doing that. That'll be your easement. You can decide what you want to do with it. We don't care. And we had 2 or 3 meetings with the Conservation Commission that we just didn't get clear consensus. I mean, so we're not precluding you from doing it. It'll be your easement.
okay, sorry if I'm being obtuse, but just where we have this, so that's in the green, what you just described.
Yes.
On the red, it's a sewer easement only, but people are using it informally to walk.
No, the whole red is the natural, that's in the conservation easement now. That's from 1985 with the mitigation site. That's the one that the Conservation Commission was pretty clear they did not want to see pass out through that area.
Right, but there is a sewer easement that goes across it.
Yeah, it's way in the back, right?
Right in the middle. I think it's right in the
middle
middle.
I'm sorry, I can't even see that. Yeah.
It's right in the middle.
Okay. I can't see it.
And that was not what the TAC was. Peter Britz, do you know, was TAC talking about the north piece or the south piece?
Don't touch the screen. Don't touch the screen.
He knows better.
I want to make sure I look at the plan. Sorry, what was the question? Is about the public access. So the green is going to be worked out in the site review agreement to be deeded to the city. The applicants agreed to that. That's part of the community space required for the site. And then the public access, the Conservation Commission wasn't interested in doing heavily developed trails through the site, but I think the piece on public access that was needed a little more discussion was if someone wanted to come in and walk their dog, could they park on the site and walk through that trail? And did the planning board, want to discuss that? That was more of the discussion, I think, that we were talking to in the memo. The trail that Corey is referring to is along the sewer line easement. It's a wide access road to maintain the sewer, and that goes all the way from the Rye Pump Station, almost on Lafayette Road at the town line and city line, all the way up to the Nathaniel neighborhood. And people can get that whole way on that right-of-way right now. It's not an organized trail, it's not developed as such, but it's easy to walk and quite nice out there. The whole area is so wet that the Conservation Commission concern is cutting new trails through wetland areas.
Okay, now I've got a legal question. Is that sewer easement, does that allow public access for hiking, or is it just a sewer easement?
It's city property.
It's property, I believe it's just.
It's not precluded.
On the red part?
Conservation.
Red part is also an easement to the city, so yeah, but it's very wet on the red part.
Well, I'll stop asking questions. Anybody else?
Well, sorry. Just for like, I don't know, real incredible clarity about this. So if people wanted to park, not walk from other places in Rye or whatever, but they wanted to park to access all of these acres, what are their options right now? Coach Road, and is Coach Road?
Road.
I mean, so can they just legally park on Coach Road?
They do now. It's a city street.
Yeah, Michael's right. So it's a city street, Coach Road. It goes back to a cul-de-sac. It was closed off because people were dumping material back there. So they put a barrier to stop people from going back and dumping because you're really out of sight once you go all the way back to the cul-de-sac. So it's perfectly open for people to go back. The problem is, if you go all the way down Coach Road, you're going to hit a big wetland and you're not going to get very far. So you're pretty much on the road. But this one connection through private property, which is formerly private property that they're going to deed to the city, they're showing a potential connection on a trail. And the discussion with the Conservation Commission was whether to develop that trail or not. And I think Councilor Moreau is right. It's probably better for a bigger discussion about what the city wants of it. We own it. We can do what we want. But when they get to this development, will they be able to travel through it? I guess that's the question.
Thank you, Peter. Any other?
One resonating comment is some of the conditions for approval outline measures to mitigate or eliminate anticipated impacts on traffic safety and circulation. Anytime that anything happens on Route 1, there are concerns about just driver awareness. Even though it may not warrant a traffic light, it may be best to have some sort of acknowledgement on Route 1 that says, here are 50 brand new homes. How can we better equip drivers in this area that make this travel route every day just more aware? And I don't know what form or structure that takes, but that's just a thought in my head. It's also very sunny when you're driving that way during sunset hour, so.
Well, we can't restrict the sun.
No, we can't. We can't do that. Just want to be
Yeah,
thoughtful.
no, I guess the state will be looking at the whole access question, and, access management on that whole stretch is a big issue, so. I'm not sure how to, I know ways to do driver information systems, but they're very expensive, and I don't know that a 50-home project would be cross that threshold. Any other discussion? This will open it up for public comment, public hearing. Anybody who would like to speak to, for, or against the application? Public hearing is open now. Anybody on Zoom? Nobody, second time, third time? Nobody wishes to speak? Close the public hearing. The board's pleasure.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we vote to request that the applicant, because we got to do this one first, I believe.
Yep.
Vote to request that the applicant revise the plans to comply with the requirements of section 10.5B92 related to the provision of an 8-foot wide pedestrian walkway throughout the site.
Second.
Yeah, I think,
Discussion.
the board, at least I'm seeing, I think we'd like to see a little bit more, and I'm not sure if this is the correct place to probably discuss it, but I think it might be a stipulation further on. But at least my thinking is with this site is we have a sewer easement that the city has back there. There's already vehicular traffic on it, granted, not very often. It is somewhat rutted back there. It's probably in need of some repair anyways. Off of that, we have a connection to this site, which the proposed trail from Court over to the site is going to basically, you can see the sewer easement from where this proposed trail is going to be, so people are naturally going to want to go that way. I believe there is a section where the current trail or path through the woods is out of the wet. It's within the buffer, but it's not within the wetland. And then to build upon Ms. Monroe's comment about future connection, there's already a connection at the end of Nathaniel where people are cutting through. It's probably, I think, some of it's city, some of it's private, but they are accessing the rail trail from there. One issue that this site has directly connecting to the rail trail is it's all prime wetland between the rail trail and this sewer easement. In fact, I commend the surveyors that blazed the property line through there. It's pretty thick. So I think I would like to see something, the developer work with the city to build upon the trails back there. Now that might be in conflict with what the Conservation Commission was suggesting back here. But the way I see it, it's already being used. It's going to continue being used. The city has a sewer easement that they access. There's, I forget how many manhole structures out there that they probably periodically inspect. That, and maybe Mr. Pizzulo can correct me on this, but the easement's in rough shape and is going to have to be fixed in the near future anyways, which is going to have its whole assortment of wetland impacts. So I think one thing that I would like to see is the applicant work with the city to produce a report such that if they were going to develop a trail to this sewer easement, what potential wetland impacts, if it was a 6-foot wide mulch trail or 6-foot wide gravel path, what are the impacts going to be? And how can we make it work? I think also some signage has to be provided on Court, because right now Court, it certainly looks far from a city road. It's quite overgrown, and although it's paved, all the cracks in the pavement have 3-foot tall grass coming out of them. So there's some work to be done to incentivize people to actually go down there and use these trails. So I'll make that comment. I think it's probably more prudent to actually do a stipulation in the site plan approval, but maybe I'm wrong on that if someone else has anything else to add.
Yes, Councilor Moreau.
I just want to make sure, and maybe our planning director can help me. We are just talking about revising the plans to make sure that the pedestrian path is a certain width, right? Or is it to make sure it's connected?
That is the staff recommendation, that you take a look, and whether you decide it's adequate. Staff's recommendation is that the existing pedestrian connections combined with the trail do seem to provide a reasonable support for the use that's proposed, which is a little bit less activity than you might expect with a mixed-use site, a little less pedestrian activity, sustained level of activity. That the proposed sidewalks seem to be consistent with the reasonable for the use that's provided, but we will leave that to the planning board to decide if maybe additional pedestrian pathways. But we are only speaking about that pedestrian integration, 8-foot integration throughout the developed portion of the site.
The developed portion of the site. Because right now, it really just runs along the edge of the wetlands, right?
You can see some sidewalks along the fronts of some of the condominiums, but there is some sidewalk connections and crosswalks, but there is,
Right.
it is not, I wouldn't say that it's 100% compliant with that particular section. I think that was our assessment, but seems reasonable for the use, but we will leave it up to you to see whether you believe that that is reasonable for the site.
Right. I guess I see now what you're talking about. I was a little disconnected and all that. It's probably because it's very disconnected, right? And I think there's going to be a lot of people. So I guess my concern is, are there going to be a lot of children? And so if there are going to be a lot of children, then you'd want them to have safe ways to walk throughout the site. But we can't predict whether or not there will or there won't be, right? So I guess I'm a little torn as to whether or not it's a necessity. It is a lot of people, but reasonable people. I don't think anyone's going to be driving too fast within here. It's all private property, so if they can manage, walking on the sides of the parking lot where the cars are, then I don't have a problem with it the way it is. I don't think there's going to be a lot of actual people outside other than invited guests that are actually going to be visiting this site. That's my opinion. I'll let other people give theirs.
Just one, Corey, on your motion, you were following the recommendation. Were you thinking, because I think a few of us at least are confused about where these.
I very well could be too.
Is the motion perhaps to do as recommended, but also to generally clarify the pedestrian access throughout the property? Or is that too much?
I think in this case, even though I rambled on for a while, I think Councilor Moreau is, correct in the sense that this item really only pertains to the walkway within the actual developed site, not so much outside. So, with that being said, I think, like Councilor Moreau said, I think it works for this particular site, but if the board feels that it needs to be up to 8 feet wide, then we can go ahead and move that way.
So your motion would only pertain to a walkway on sheet C3, for example, which is just the developed part of the site?
Correct. It's just the development.
Is that what you intended?
That's exactly what we were talking about, the developed portion of the site.
Is there an existing sidewalk on that entrance, not existing, but is proposed on the site development plan with color, this one?
Is there is there a sidewalk there? Is that your question?
So is that a proposed sidewalk behind units 45 through 50?
Yes. Yeah.
That is? Okay.
Yes, yeah. That's the walking pathway that they've put in.
I see.
Yeah.
Peter?
Mr. Chair and members of the board, if you want me to clarify a little bit on that, I think I can. So the 8-foot wide pedestrian path in the Gateway District, they've provided an 8-foot wide path through the site. It's just not in front of every single building. So that was the clarification we were trying to make. We didn't do a very good job, clearly. But the idea was that they provided the path, but they didn't provide it every single place. But they did. But sort of as a way to bolster that, they provided that 8-foot path in the natural area behind the buildings. So if you take the two together, Councilor Moreau had a concept that might make it approvable. But I don't want to. We just wanted you to at least consider that, and it was hard, I guess, to express how to get you to consider it. Hopefully that helps.
Thank you, Peter.
So the way it's depicted now, you think the TAC was, and conservation, at least TAC was good with that?
TAC was good with it. They actually changed it, I think, in the TAC process to include more area, more frontage through the site. They expanded it.
So in other words, Peter, they've actually already complied with the provision of an 8-foot wide pedestrian walkway throughout the site.
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah.
not
Well, on
in
your
front of
plan,
every building.
It's really the sidewalks in front of the buildings. There's just a few buildings it doesn't go in front of. And so that's the missing link. And where this is a residential development and not a mixed-use development, staff's recommendation was it's probably meets it, but we wanted to point it out that it's not in front of every building as the ordinance requires. It's in front of most of the buildings, and it includes a path in the back.
So to beat this horse one last time, the 8-foot walkway throughout the site is adequately depicted on the plans that were presented this evening.
Yes.
It seems reasonable, what's proposed seems reasonable to staff, based on the greenway combined with the connections that they've already provided. Although it doesn't meet the exact letter, it seems to meet the spirit and the intent, based on the use that's provided to the site.
Can I just ask one more question? I don't really know of who. It's somebody on the project. So if you're a kid and you're like, I don't know, a 13-year-old kid and you have a new bike, so your options for where you can go with your bike is sometimes on this sidewalk, sometimes in the parking lot, in the 3,800 open space, if you have a certain kind of bike, and maybe you can access these trails on your bike or not?
I came up to clarify a point. I know you guys are in a motion mode, so I probably
Right,
shouldn't.
so
I-
if the board actually has to approve that kind of a question of the applicant at this point.
Oh,
Yes.
So if the board, it actually requires a board vote. Does the board wish to ask that question, or are we good with what we have?
I think we have enough information to move forward.
thanks.
Okay, we have a motion, and I think I might have messed things up a little bit with folks, but I think we have a motion, at least with respect to the first element.
So, Mr. Chairman, even though I made the motion,
I was just going to say,
the vote is to request that the applicant revise the plans to comply with the requirements.
Right, so we can vote it down.
Thank you, Counselor.
so following up on that, we actually don't need that. Is that,
Well, we should take a vote.
we should take a vote on it. So we have a motion to require something that's already there. All those in favor? All those opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion to require something that's already there is fails. So
All right, Mr. Chairman. I'll make a motion that we vote to approve the wetland conditional use permit with the following stipulations, 1.1 and 1.2 in the staff memo, along with, I would like to add a couple more here. One being the applicant include NOFA standards on the plans. And then the other stipulation would be, Mr. Simonos, the outfall monitoring. You wanted to see weekly, monthly, or what I'm sorry, I didn't catch everything when you were discussing it.
It was more a remark about how it would be handled with a condo association, less the physical plans in place. Now, if the OM plan is under something of our consideration and voting power, then I would say that, yes, something more frequent than annual would be suggested, given that the fact that it's right next to that sensitive body of water.
Okay,
So
so something like quarterly?
that would be great.
Okay, so the stipulation that the applicant, or the operation and maintenance plan for the site include the requirement for quarterly outfall monitoring at the stormwater outfalls?
Yes, and
Okay.
everything that is within their OM plan looked great. It's just a matter of how often that is done.
Okay.
that, okay?
Second.
Second. Any further discussion? I guess you explained your motion.
Thank you.
Agreed. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we vote to find that the application meets the requirements of section 10.5B 43.10 and grant a conditional use permit for a development site subject to the requirements and conditions of the site plan review approval. So, I think, I think the applicant went through Wa-
Second.
Can I
Oh,
make a
sorry.
second first? Second.
Now,
Thank you,
please,
Counselor. So speaking on that, the applicant went through the, how this development meets the standards of the CUP. Although it's a purely residential, there's no mixed use. I think in this area of Portsmouth, there's a lot of this similar development, a lot of townhouse, condo type developments. There's another site adjacent that's being proposed as well. And it does kind of on the face, it does seem to kind of lack the public, the ability to bring the public in. However, I think given what I discussed already with the possible trail networks, I think it's a great idea to really start using Court and allow the public to park along that to access this area. So I do think there are ways to bring the public into this site to really kind of engage the public for this. And yeah, I guess once again, it meets the character of the neighborhood to me. And I also, greatly appreciate the large quantity of land that's going in the conservation easement. This does, like I mentioned before, butts up to a very large tract, not only the one that they showed tonight, but abutting tracts of conservation land that's already managed by the Southeast Land Trust. So I think that works as well.
Thank you. Councilor Moreau.
Just to follow up and add a few points to that, I agree with everything that Mr. Clark said. The other issues when we start to talk about consistency with our master plan, when we were doing the Gateway District zoning, we did want to make these little village centers, but it was because we were thinking about the concept of all of these commercial properties and trying to build residential into them, which is what the Portsmouth Green is turning into, right? You have a commercial center and we're trying to build residential around it. In this case, there isn't anything there right now, right? There's not really a commercial buildings or stores or anything going on. So with the lack of housing that is in this entire state, not just the city, I think an addition of this many units is going to be much appreciated, and because it's a bit off of the actual main road, I think it's going to be appropriate, and I think it's going to work out, and I think it fits all of our requirements. And I actually went and looked at the tax maps, and pretty much every corner of this property and all of the wetlands is all surrounded by city-owned property. So at this point, there is a lot of connection that the city can make from this property out to the rail trail, and I think that will be a future discussion that we'll all have.
Okay, and just one quick point on the master plan consistency. In my experience, consistency with the master plan doesn't require you to be consistent with all elements of the master plan. You have to be consistent with the elements you're able to be consistent with. And there are unique aspects to this property that I think have resulted in the design that we have before us. And one of the comments the applicant made about, being back from the road, as much as we would like to think we can have villages that don't have much traffic access for retail and commercial, it is still needed, and I wouldn't want the board to require something that was going to fail. So I think it is consistent with the elements that it can be consistent with. Sorry I jumped in. Anybody else want to add?
I'd just like to add that I do appreciate the 6-foot fence that, blocks the backyards of the people who it appears have been long-term residences along Lafayette Road, feeling, the full impact of that development as much as possible.
Okay, we have a motion second. I think we have talked about it. And no other conversation, no other discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we vote to grant site plan approval with the following stipulations: 3.1 to 3.7 under conditions precedent, conditions subsequent. I think the numbering might be off in the staff memo, but 3.8, 3.9, And I would also like to add a 3.10, which would be the applicant work with the city on ways to provide meaningful access to that sewer easement on the western part of the property. Obviously, in this case, I wouldn't want to go above and beyond, the applicant, the part of the sewer easement that's on the applicant's parcel. But I think if the applicant can, and let's see how the rest of the board, since I'm the only one that's kind of talked about this, but I think when I say working with the city, I don't know if it's best to develop a report saying, if you were to put trails in here, here, and here, this is what, the impacts would be, or something like that. So I'll leave it at that, and maybe we can figure this out.
Okay, I think that was a motion with.
And a second.
And you were trying to explain, and I
was trying to explain
Yeah,
the,
I get
the
it,
actual,
I get it. Yeah.
the stipulation, but it kind of fell apart on me, so.
So, just so I understand it, the concern is, let's be specific, along the city sewer easement, to have additional access along that, or not? You're thinking other parts of the site?
I think, well, yeah, just the sewer easement. Because in reality, if you go back there, there's really no other viable areas. The sewer easement is built up in the wetland for the sewer. So it's already kind of a unnatural trail. It's man-made. So I don't see any other viable trails through this area because it is so, you can't even get from the end of court to that sewer easement without, it's just standing water everywhere. And so, and that's why there's already kind of an existing trail from this, from the developed area out to the sewer easement, because that's the only dry spot. So that's why I kind of bring it up. People are going to use it because it's the only dry area to access that sewer easement.
Councilor Maroon.
So we had the red area where the existing conservation, and then we have the green area where the city's going to have the easement. Are you talking through the red area or the green area? That's where I'm confused.
It would, I guess it would be both, because that sewer easement runs all the way from Nathaniel straight down through those two. Well, it does a jog at the top around a couple of ponds.
Yeah, the end of Nathaniel where that corner is city-owned property already.
Yeah, and so that's where the trail, the sewer easement connects right on that corner. So in essence,
I mean, in all sincerity, I think the city's probably already in control of so much of the land that's around there. And with the 10 acres at the bottom of this site, I guess I don't really see the reason because the only people that would go from this development to that would be through the red would be people from this area, right? I'm just trying to make sure I fully understand.
well, I mean, I guess eventually I envision is you would have not only people from this development accessing the sewer easement, but people from Nathaniel accessing the sewer easement. And then you would also have the adjacent development that's before us as well, accessing the trail network. And so
I'd rather see them go down and use the rail trail versus on the sewer easement through the conservation wetland. So I think we'd want to actually not want them to go that way. We'd rather push them from the corner of Nathaniel over to where the real rail trail is going to be built and have people use access either from the end of Chase or that corner of Nathaniel through this already city-owned property there. That's just, my opinion. I think this is such a sensitive area that the fact that it's already disturbed by a sewer easement is one thing, but to disturb it more, I think would be more harmful than good.
And I would certainly agree with you, other than the fact that in order for the city to get vehicles down there, they're going to have to upgrade that soon anyways, because it's all rutted out. It's already a mess back there from DPW trying to get back there, turn around, that sort of thing.
Right.
So, I just, like I said, you can see it right from the back of this, where the last unit is going to be able to see that clearing. And so people are going to use it anyways. So why not try to, get something that's more established than have something where you have, residents are throwing down pallets and stuff to try to, get out there with their dogs. So.
Or we could just restrict them from being able to go there to begin with. I'm more into just saying, there's going to be signs saying this is wetland, and I'd rather put in a stipulation that it's stated that, there's no entrance into that area. I think that would be better than, telling them they can't do things like that versus saying, let's work to, because I think there's going to be plenty of ways. They could walk right down through this site, go through what the city's going to have, and get out to the rail trail without having to go through the real muck of where the sewer easement is.
Okay, I think we have two very good and different opinions. And
Spirited discussions, part of planning board.
yeah, no, that's all good. I think we have one notion of the fact that there is a physical space for people to use and walk. They probably don't have the legal right to do that because sewer easements don't give you that right. So they would technically be inviting trespass without an addition to that easement, which would require discussions with the landowner. So and that may be completely fine with the landowner, because if they put it onto the city as an addition to the easement, then the city would be responsible for maintaining that pedestrian access through there. That could be a stipulation as a part of the easement. That's one way to look at it, and I think that's what your motion and second was. So I think the board has to decide if the board would like to see something like that. But before we vote on it, I want, if people understand it, to talk about it, how that would work. And then it's Councilor Moreau's idea, which would be not to allow that, somehow fence it off. I guess it'd have to be signed or something. And
They're already going to put signs on that's the wetland buffer, so I think it would be easy to add additional language about.
That's about your motion. First, we got to get through his.
Oh, it's just my opinion about the motion.
So, Mr. Clark's motion is to basically have enhanced pedestrian access through the site, red and green areas along the sewer easement, which may require an addition to the existing sewer easement language to allow that.
Yeah.
Any discussion about that? Yes, Jane?
I'm not exactly sure when the pedestrian trailway will actually be built out there. Seems like we talk about it a lot. But in the meantime, if we're approving projects that encroach this close to natural areas, then I think it is very natural that people are going to be looking for places to walk and places to walk their dog, whether or not we like it. So it's like the decision is, do we want to allow that legally or do we want to make it illegal? That's how I see it. So for that reason, I vote in favor of Corey's motion.
Any other discussion? Ray, do you have a position on this?
Well, I will say it is a challenge to maintain our sewer easements to wetlands. And I think the added burden of traffic, pedestrian traffic on it may increase that challenge. And it's not something that's, I wouldn't say it's allowed right now. People use it, but it's not meant for that purpose.
Right.
So I'm not familiar with the rail trail location or alignment, but it sounds like that might be a better option for pedestrians to explore this area and enjoy it than a sewer easement. Because it does present a challenge even for us to maintain it through wetlands. We have to do wetland permits and other conditions that we have to meet, even just to maintain what we have.
Thank you. Corey, did you?
Yeah, I guess, so, this question, Councilor Moreau. So you suggesting when the rail trail's developed, they'll be able to make a direct connection to this site from the rail trail?
It's my imagination, because there's so much city-owned property around all of this, that yes, we're going to be able to, because we have the city access all the way up to the end of the last corner of this development where this trail, where this pathway comes down, sort of the buffer side of it. I have a feeling that we could, definitely, I think it could be done. And I think it's part of a larger conversation, because the rail trail, the state portion of that is anticipated to be done by the end of 2024. And that will be then when we can step in and add our enhancements to that and connections to that at our cost. Part of the CIP.
Right. And I totally agree with you on that one. The only issue I see is when you go, the area between the existing sewer easement and what the rail trail is completely prime wetland. It's untouched, standing water, prime wetland. And so if it was just uplands, I would totally agree with you. We don't have to do anything with the sewer easement. Let's just we'll do something straight across. In this case, it'd be a whole new wetland impact for, I think it's got to be almost an eighth of a mile, quarter of a mile of prime wetland impacts to make a direct connection. Now, residents have been walking from the end of Nathaniel out to the rail trail, basically crossing uplands skirting along the prime wetland. And it's not it's just residents have made a footpath through there. And so I envision, if regardless of how we vote tonight, the easiest way for people to access the rail trail from this property would be to go to the sewer easement, follow that all the way up to Nathaniel, and then take this trail from Nathaniel out to the rail trail. And I just think that's the natural way that people are going to use it, regardless of how we vote, because everything else is wet back there. There's just prime. And that's why I made the comment about the surveyors, because it must have taken them hours just to get through that one stretch where they blazed the line. So,
Okay, guess Greg?
I don't think it makes any sense at all to allow the public or encourage the public to walk over a raised path through a swamp.
Don't think you
I don't. I mean, it's inviting trash into the wetlands that people bring with them. It's inviting, somebody's going to run their dogs off leash. They're going to go out into the swamp. I just think it's not, the sewage easement, which is a raised constructed thing with a pipe in it, isn't made to be a pedestrian path. It would have to be modified to work as a pedestrian path, which is not our job as a city. It's a sewer easement. I don't think it should be turned into a path.
Okay, well, we definitely have some different opinions on this topic.
Liability.
We want to vote on it?
I was just going to say, are we ready for a vote on the motion?
As presented.
Wait a second.
I would be concerned just because this was added as additional stipulation to the site plan approval. Maybe we could separate it out and vote on the site plan approval and maybe vote on that separately. Whether first or second, I don't really care. I just wouldn't want to kill the entire site plan approval because of the one added stipulation. That's all.
So you seconded, right?
I did.
So
So do you accept a
we can pull this out and vote on it separately. Sure.
So we want to vote on the site plan first,
As presented.
as presented, up through 3.9, I guess it is?
Yeah.
Misnumbered, but yes, 3.9.
Okay, so we have a motion, second, no further discussion to approve the site plan up through 3.9, which is actually shown as 3.8, but it's 3.9. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Site plan is unanimously approved. Now, Corey's motion 310, adequately presented, adequately discussed. Any questions on the motion?
Can you just clarify what it is we're voting on?
Are you making notes?
It's a request for the city, for the applicant to further work with the city in the future for easement rights across basically the conservation plan.
Strictly across the sewer line, sewer easement.
To it, right, across the sewer easement, but also to it.
Yes, got it.
Yeah.
Understood.
Which may require new language in the sewer easement.
Right.
Understood.
So now we understand it at least. All those in favor?
Aye.
Nay.
Opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Whatever you say.
Against.
Okay, I only heard one aye. This motion fails. Did you want to make a,
No, my other was just a suggestion of what I'd rather see, but I'm not going to make that motion. I'm good.
Next.
okay.
Adds a lot. Adds liability.
I'm finding it. So I believe the next item is C. 3C?
4C.
Mine says 3, but
Still old business.
it's 3548.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, it's the Crescent Monarch Village LLC applicant, half of Indonesia Hospitality for property at 3548 Lafayette Road, requesting site plan approval and conditional use permit as permitted under 10541.10 of the zoning ordinance to allow demolition of 6 structures, redevelopment of 6 structures to create 6 units in Building 8, 15 units in Building 2, 5 units in Building 4, 2 units in Building 5, 9 units in Building 7, new construction of 4 structures to create 12 units in Building 3 with 4,303 square feet of footprint, 24 units in Building 6 with 7,048 square feet footprint, 250 square foot storage structure, 825 square foot storage structure, and a total of 75 residential units with 123 parking spaces where 113 are required. It's shown on the assessor map 297 Lot 6 and lies within the Gateway Corridor District G1. You are here to present.
Yes, sir. Good evening, everybody. For the record, my name is Eric Sowery from Altus Engineering. I've got a whole cast of characters with me tonight, so let me introduce. Well, right here is Vicki Martell from Woodburn & Associates. She's here to talk about landscaping. Right next to her is Monica Kaiser from Hopeful Phoenix, Gormley & Roberts, in case a legal question comes up in the unlikely event of that happening. Representing Monarch Village LLC, I have Norman Lee and Chris LaRocca in the back there. I believe John Fitzpatrick is on Zoom. I don't know if he is or not, but he said he was going to be. We also have John Krebs, who's providing planning support on this. And we also have Stephen Pernaut to answer any traffic questions that may arise. Can we go to the aerial stuff? Actually, I think it's right up at the top there. Yeah. Okay. 3548 Lafayette. This is the Wren's Nest Motel. It's been there for quite a while. Let's see. Okay. See, this is the site in here. This is the old, where'd that go? This is the old tortilla flat here. This is a light commercial industrial facility on the bottom here. This piece behind it is the application you just heard, to give you some context. And of course, we have Route 1 on this site here. The first building, from what we can tell on this site, was built in the 30s. Ever since then, it's evolved as a very eclectic mix of motel units. There are your standard motel efficiency units. There are a number of standalone cottages. There are a few suites scattered on throughout all those buildings you see there. The most recent one, we believe, was built in 1999, which is the larger building right there, which also houses an indoor pool. Paved and gravel parking. It has a very interesting stormwater system, which I will talk about very soon here. So the proposal is, can I click ahead with this stuff? I didn't think so. Okay. Site plan, yes, please. Okay. What we're proposing to do is to take down a few of the smaller structures, retain the majority of the structures, rehabilitate them for residential uses, and add 2 new apartment buildings for a total yield count of 75 units, which is the maximum allowed by zoning. We're looking at 113 parking spaces. The indoor pool will unfortunately go away. We also have some amenities throughout there. We have a dog park in the back here, right there. There's an existing really nice patio that will stay. There's a bocce ball court, which we've added. Everybody wants to do pickleball, so we wanted to be a little bit different. So I know you want pickleball, Beth, but we went with bocce. There's also a little trail that we're building out in behind here to create kind of a loop if anybody wants to walk their dog. And there's also a connection right in here, it doesn't show it on the plan, out to the land that is to be conservation land as part of the prior proposal. Let's see. The whole thing is connected by an 8-foot walkway coming all the way from Route 1. It's also an 8-foot a multi-use path here along Route 1, which will ultimately connect to the rest of the Route 1 network once that gets built, if ever it gets built. We do have a dumpster pad in the back here. This building here, which will no longer house the pool, will be for common laundry as well as a mail center. Let's see. Let's go to the next sheet, please. Drainage. Drainage out there now is interesting. Talk about Yankee ingenuity, I'll put it that way. I've never seen a system like this. It's cobbled together from cinder blocks and pipes, and it works. It's shocking. It shouldn't work, but it does. But it is starting to fail. So what we're looking to do here is to take that and pipe it into the back. Right now it takes drainage from the Tortilla Flat site, conveys it across the site, picking up runoff as it goes, and dumps out onto the abutting property. It's been there over 20 years. It does have prescriptive easement rights, but we stayed away from that and are going to take the drainage to the back. Everything will go into an infiltration-based system throughout the whole site here, which will have an overflow, which will only see water in storms larger than the 10-year storm. We're going to infiltrate to the majority of the runoff here, which is absolutely fantastic. And of course, we're going to observe standard but best management practices for sediment and erosion control throughout construction. Next sheet, please. Utilities are also rather interesting. It's spaghetti out there. I've never seen anything like it. There's a plan that was for this building from 1999, and it's lines going everywhere. So, and it works. Shockingly, it works. What we're looking to do is replace all of that with new upgraded facilities. So we're going to bring in new water, domestic and fire services all the way in from the street, along with a new sewer line, which will have the proper sizing. To mitigate the slight flow increase in sewer, we are proposing a donation to the project, the sewer construction project in the corridor there. That has been negotiated with DPW. Let's go 2 ahead, Seth. That's sewer. Okay, lighting. Lighting right now out there is, they've got these like old school floodlights, like all the way around the perimeter. Nothing has cutoff shields, nothing's LLD. I don't think they all work, but if they were all working, it would be like a Christmas tree back there. So we're proposing to take all this down and put in brand new LED, dark sky compliant, full cutoff fixtures, all downcast. So it's going to be bright enough in there, but it's not going to be your Christmas tree, which is great. The next one's you. I'm going to bring Vicki up for landscaping.
Vicki Martell from Woodburn and Company Landscape Architecture. So the planting plan here is very straightforward. There's a handful of trees at the entry that we'll be able to save here. There we go. So there's some existing trees at the entry. Those will be retained. There's another existing tree in front of that building and a couple here on the edge of the parking lot. So those are large mature trees that we'll be able to keep. The rest of the trees that you see on the site plan going along the parking lot and in front of the buildings to soften them, those are all proposed trees. They're a mix of shade canopy trees. Some are native, some are not. And then we also have 3 trees here. These are Amelanchiers. They're a native understory tree. That's to do a little remediation in that area where there've been some dumping. So that area will be cleared, seeded with a native seed mix, and then those 3 trees will be installed there.
I would like to touch on something that Vicki did talk about that I missed. Right in here, there's a dump site. It's a pile of junk. Old mattresses, bricks, pieces of cinder block. It's just whatever they wanted to throw away and not drag to the dump, they threw back there. It's in the wetland buffer. So the plan is to remove all of that junk by hand, no machines, rake out the area, seed it, and add those few trees back there to bring that back. There is a small wetland off-site, which was found as part of the other abutting proposal, so the buffer does infringe upon this property. So that's why it's like it is. Can you go to the first color architectural? Oh, yes, keep going. Okay, these are photos of the existing site. As you can see, it's, as I said, an eclectic collection of buildings. Structurally, they're in really good shape, believe it or not. A lot of the systems are actually pretty good as well. Some of them do need some cosmetic work, which is definitely part of the proposal. Go another. More photos. One more. Okay, this was an example of re-siding the first building on the right as you go in. Just changes the color, essentially. No changes to windows, and it does add a few new doors. One more. Okay, this is the first new building on the right-hand side. Very basic colonial style. It does have some Juliet balconies, standard clapboard siding. Again, we're not downtown, we're not in the historic district, so the fancy, fancy stuff is something you're not going to see in this district. I think 2 ahead, Steph. The next color one. Okay, and this is the larger building on the left-hand side in the back. This is 24 units. Very similar construction and design. Your peaked roof, gable ends, and Juliet balconies. Can we go back to the site plan?
Doors on this building.
Okay, this site is not in urban compact, so the traffic is under the jurisdiction of DOT. We did do a traffic study, which was submitted to DOT. We got comments back today, about 4 hours before the meeting. We haven't really absorbed them yet. We don't really see any showstoppers at all. There may be a few modifications to the entrance. Again, no showstoppers. So very, very simple. The only other state permit we need is a sewer discharge permit because we are adding new manholes to the new sewer run. And that's it in a nutshell. Any questions, guys?
Before we get to questions, I forgot to say, Mr. Hewitt made it clear he was recusing himself on this one, and Mr. DiRenzo was going to sit for him on this application. Now, questions? Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I noticed, so is your proposed stormwater system all perforated pipe?
A big portion of it. One sheet ahead, please, Steph. Yep, right there. We have offline catch basins with sumps and grease hoods, tributary to drainage lines that are perforated. They're in a stone trench, which are going through a series of leaching drain manholes. I did a very similar system like this over 20 years ago on Nathaniel Way, which is right in the neighborhood here, because the soils here are fantastic. I did test pits here on this site, and I haven't seen sand like that unless it was trucked into a site. It was absolutely beautiful. So it lends itself to infiltration. As I said, the overflow, which is right here, only sees water at the very tail end of a 10-year storm event. And here we're using the 10-year plus 15% because we're in a coastal community. So that's 5.6 inches of rainfall, which is a massive storm. So most of the time, everything's infiltrated.
Okay, great, thank you. Yeah, just one comment on that outfall. It looked like it was, the elevation on the plans may not have matched exactly on the HydroCAD, so, but that's kind of beside the point. I just wanted to make that comment. But
okay, I can check that.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. If you can get away with the infiltration,
it works. I was very conservative in my infiltration rates, and as I said, the sand was beautiful.
Thank you.
I just have a question similar to 3400 Lafayette about connection, at least to bus routes.
Yep.
Or, working towards that.
Yeah, I mean, the trailer park across the street is the last stop on Coast. It's probably about 1,000 feet away. You could walk there. I would advise that you do that, given that it's Route 1. But I don't know if Coast has any plans to bring the route down farther. I would assume that as the corridor develops more, given we just had the project next door and 75 units here, there will be definitely a demand for it. So I don't see why they wouldn't. We can reach out to them if you'd like and just ask the question. Again, the question of their schedules and what works for them, but we haven't done that yet. We have not reached out at the present time.
Greg?
Might be premature. You're just in design phase, I guess, but price point? These are going to be rentals? Is it?
They are going to be rentals.
I don't want to use labels.
These are not condos. They are rentals. As far as pricing, I believe market rate is the term that's tossed around. That fluctuates on a daily basis in Portsmouth. So again, we don't know what the rates are going to be at the present time. More than I pay, I'm assuming.
Ray?
Yeah, I do have one comment on the sewer design. Typically, I'm not sure if it was mentioned earlier to you, but the end of the line towards the back of the property, we typically require a terminal manhole. You just have a clean out.
We have a clean out, and DPW didn't ask for a manhole.
We're probably going to be asking for a manhole.
Okay, I mean, that's easy. I mean, we did put a clean out provision there, but
Okay.
I said the same thing when they didn't ask for it, so okay, let's go with it.
Okay, thanks.
Can you tell me if you have varying sizes of units? I know there's varying numbers of units, but
Yep.
what are the actual, like, bedroom and size of them?
I can tell you that. Somewhere. 18 renovated studios, 15 renovated one-bedrooms, 3 renovated two-bedrooms, and then in the new buildings, they're completely two-bedroom units, so it's 36 two-bedrooms, and there are 3 three-bedrooms renovated as well. So it's a pretty good mix. It goes more towards the single folk, but there is provision, some people, with a family could live there, so there is the room.
Thank you.
I congratulate you on showing crosswalks. I'm just curious why you didn't put a sidewalk on the south side.
That was left there just to maximize the green space. We added this little section to tie some of these parking spaces into this building, but we didn't see the need for a crosswalk on both sides. We did add, actually, can you go back one sheet, please? Thank you. Added a crosswalk right here. So if you're on the network on this side, you can get over to the open space here, to the patio, the bocce court, and there's also horseshoes in the back here. So we didn't see the need for that extra impervious. We'd rather have it green. But there is a link to it from the sidewalk network.
Well, I get that, and I know that adults won't have any issues walking down the driveway, but I'm just thinking about kids.
Yeah, the part of the design here lends itself to a slower speed. Got a lot of curvature in there. Got a lot of signage in there. You got the picture of the guy in the crosswalk, as well as the painted crosswalks throughout. So it should be pretty slow. Everyone thinks when they see a parking lot, they think it's a Walmart, everyone's going to get run over. It's not the case in a residential development like this. It should be pretty quiet.
And when you presented, you said 113 parking spaces, but that's what's required. I think you're actually proposing more than that?
Yeah, we actually ended up, there's a typo, and there was also a condition. Beverly, you were correct. I was supposed to take away 8 spaces to bring it down to 113. I only took away 7. That was a miscount on my part, Beverly. I'm sorry. So it is intended to be 113.
Okay. Peter, did you have? Jane?
I don't know if I'm allowed to make this comment or not, but I'm going to make it until somebody closes me down, that I think it's, I understand it's not downtown. I understand it's rental units. I have no, we don't know yet what's the price point, but it's at least market price, market rate, which is pretty high in the Seacoast. I would hope for a better architectural design than the drab picture that you show for those new buildings. I actually think it's perhaps the ugliest thing I've ever seen personally. So I would like to offer something a little more livable to people, if at all possible.
I think that it's, I don't want to say beauty's in the eye of the beholder. They're definitely not beautiful buildings. I will not try to tell you that at all. It's just basic architecture, as you see in a lot of other apartment buildings. It's a site, though, that you can't see from the street, which is part of the reason.
Yeah, but
it's
people
also
live there.
trying to minimize cost here, because if we minimize cost, we can minimize rent. So downtown, one of the reasons why everything's so expensive is we want all this fancy stuff because we want it to look historical. We want brick, we want some nice wood, all these architectural, features. Down here, you can't see from the street. It does meet the architectural requirements of the zone. So I don't know how far we can take it, how many more bells and whistles that are just aesthetic treatments at that point.
So does that mean there will be a lower
Price point?
Does that mean there will be a lower price point, making it more affordable?
Just because of the location and the Route 1 corridor, absolutely. This is not downtown. This is not whatever the heck the people are charging these days. It can't. The market just doesn't support that. I mean, you're in a commuter location more than anything
Definitely
else.
something to need in town, too.
Yeah.
There are ways to enhance architecture with very simple, there are affordable
Yeah.
projects that have very simple entryways that look like small porches, and even just something like that can make a big difference, but that's not in the regulations, so. Any other comments? Andrew, you are allowed to speak, and by the way, Jane and everybody, until there's a motion before us, anybody can speak. So I'm sorry if people don't understand that. So, any other questions for the applicant? Any of them? The entire team? And you said you had somebody on Zoom. I assume they didn't want to say anything?
He's a member of the LLC. I don't know if he wants to speak or not. None of the other two guys want to. You want to say anything, Norm? He does, okay.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I just want to mention that those pictures don't necessarily convey the quality of workmanship that will be displayed. We will be using a lot of high-end quality materials on the exterior of the buildings. All the units will be built with, we'll be using granite countertops, we'll be using high-quality vinyl planking for the floors, and they will be built commensurate with what you see in the high-quality properties in the area. So I don't want that to be the visual that you guys are leaving with tonight, because certainly my partners and I have experience in this regard, and I'm sure you'll be quite impressed with the finished product when we're done. We were very impressed with what the TAC committee brought to bear and some of the changes that were made in the construction as well as the landscaping, and we'll make sure that based on our ability to perform, that will be tied into the architecture as well.
Could you just give us your name?
I'm sorry, Norman Lee, I'm one of the partners.
Thank you, Andrew.
Is there a way, and if it's in the plan, forgive me, but is there a way to better illuminate some of these crosswalks and curvatures that you alluded to? Just knowing some of the larger developments in town, it's nice when there's not a lot of traffic and there's only one person driving through. You certainly want to have that anticipation of, okay, there is somebody walking a dog or somebody walking through snow, whatever it may be. Just, again, maybe just to illuminate parts of the darker areas of the development.
Would you like to hear? Thank you very much for the opportunity.
What do you know about lighting? Steph, can we go to the lighting plan? It's the real bright, multicolored one. Purple one.
Yeah.
There we go. The only real dark spot that I see is right in here, which is right down the middle.
Yeah.
All the sidewalks themselves would be illuminated. I can look at adding another light in there, Andrew. I think that's easy. If you want to add that as a condition, I have absolutely no problem with that. Maybe something with a little more throw, because everything's either building mounted here or a pole here that's just sort of going out horizontally and not throwing light out.
Yeah.
It's definitely something we can do.
Would you prefer a light or reflectors on the pavement?
Reflectors probably won't last. The plow's going to take them out after at least probably a few years. I think more light is probably the way to do it. From the front, so it's focusing on the person themselves, so the person's not a shadow. So we can definitely take a look at that.
While you're there, on the TAC comments, number 11, it may be, I just missed it, but it says sewer mains to be installed 1 foot above sewer. I think they meant water mains?
Yeah, that was a typo.
Okay.
Yep, that was a typo. While we're on it, the conditions of approval, they do reference easement plans being recorded. In this particular case, we were, let me go to the site plan again, I'm sorry, Steph. It's all over the place. There's drainage going right now onto the abutting property. Existing power also comes from the abutting property. We were looking to recreate those situations. TAC suggested that we formalize those easements, even though we do have prescriptive rights. And the abutting owners from New Jersey, and that's all I'm going to say. So it's cheaper to do it the other way. So we do not need any easements aside from the sidewalk easements along the front, which would be in the 12-foot DOT reserve strip. Okay. We're also giving a drainage easement to the Tortilla Flat parcel because they do drain onto us. Thank you.
And you've been through the other proposed conditions and no issues?
2.10 is a little extreme, in my opinion. It says the applicant shall agree to pay for the services of an oversight engineer to be selected by the city to monitor the construction of improvements within the public rights-of-way and on site. Usually on site, water and sewer is what gets inspected, not the full shebang. So I think that could be narrowed down. I see Ray's nodding his head. That's what we see on other projects. In fact, the project just before you had the same conditions. So this one, for some reason, is different. You don't want a resident engineer out there for paving on a private parking lot. It just doesn't make any sense. Water and sewer, absolutely, they connect to the city systems. And stormwater usually is myself and my firm, and we do certify at the end of the project that it was built per plan.
Sounds reasonable.
I don't know if there's any off-site improvements with the sidewalk.
Right now, the sidewalk has a little bit in the right-of-way that we're showing. We don't know what the outcome of our discussions with DOT are going to be, so there might be some there. But TAC did ask that the 12-foot reserve strip along Route 1 be dedicated to the city as a sidewalk easement. But it's just water and sewer for right now in terms of actual physical work.
Just the city or the city and the state?
Well, water and sewer are part of the municipality.
No, the strip.
The strip, the DOT, they may ask for it. So again, I got the comments about 4 hours before the meeting. I'm like, okay, comments, we have them, and I didn't really absorb all of them, so.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay,
All right.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now open this to the public. Anybody wish to speak to, for, or against this application? First round speakers. Anybody here? Anybody on Zoom? Nobody, I assume, second round or third round. Just going to combine them because nobody wants to speak tonight. Public hearing is closed. What's the board's pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we vote to find that the application meets the requirements of section 10.5B 43.10 and to grant a conditional use permit for development site subject to the requirements and conditions of the site plan review approval.
Second.
So, to speak on my motion, I think this, like the application preceding this one, meets the surroundings. It's yes, it is all residential. I think the fact that it matches the character of the neighborhood. It's got the bocce court in there. It's got some public amenities in that front. Yeah, I think it meets the master plan. And one thing I would like to add is the fact that they're reusing the buildings on this site. So to me, that they might not be the best looking buildings or anything like that, but that's a huge amount of material that's not going to a landfill. Now that's a little outside the CUP, but that counts as something in reviewing this application as far as the green standards and other things. So.
Okay. Any other comments? Ready for a vote? All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we vote to grant site plan approval with the following stipulations: 2.1 through 2.12, with the added edit to 2.10 to change it from monitor the construction of improvements to monitor the public utility improvements. And I would also like to add stipulation 2.13, so which would actually change the two stipulation subsequent, but that additional 2.13 would be the applicant add an additional lighting on the western sidewalk, I guess, or the interior sidewalk.
Western.
And then obviously the last two conditions in the memo.
I will second. Can I add to that? Or
Sure.
at least request it add? Could we also add a stipulation that they would actually reach out to Coast with 75 more units that much farther away, that maybe they could at least make a request to see if they'd be interested in extending another stop with, now it's going to be 125 in a general area that's on the other side of the road, so just that they at least put in the request.
Yep, that works.
And that would be something reported to staff, I assume?
Yeah.
Right.
I add a stipulation, that motion to add a terminal manhole at the end of the round sewer line.
Yeah, forgot about that one. I agree.
Yeah, that works.
Okay, so that was 214.
We're up to 16 now.
Okay. Are we good? Any other 215s, 216s? Motion second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much, guys. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Oh, my number's changed, so it's Port Harbor.
Right, new business. No, design review.
Oh, let me jump.
Look at the agenda.
If I'm following one thing, and I think some of us are following others. I've got design review, public hearing on Port Harbor.
Yeah, we finished 4 by postponement, and section
Yes.
5 design review, letter A is where we're at. That is correct.
That's where I was.
Yep.
We have a public hearing, design review for the request of Port Harbor Land, LLC as owner, for property at 2 Russell Street and along Russell Street and Deer Street, requesting design review for a mixed-use project consisting of office, retail, commercial, and residential uses in 1 4-story and 2 5-story buildings. The site is located between Russell Street, Deer Street, Maplewood Avenue, and the railroad corridor. Properties are located on Assessor Map 124, Lot 12, Map 118, Lot 28, 119, Lot 4, Map 125, Lot 21, and lie within the Character District CD5. I think we have all regular board members sitting on this application. Mr. Karama, Vice President, you are here to present.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate that introduction.
Mr. Chairman, sorry. Same as before. I've known the developers and the partners for a very long time. No business relationships, just like that on the record.
Thank you.
Thank you. For the record, good evening. I'm Patrick Crimmins with Ty and Bond. We're the site civil engineer on the project. Also here with me this evening is Bob Hewlig from Halverson Ty and Bond Studio. Representing the applicant, sitting in the audience, is Ryan Plummer, and Attorney Lyons is also here as well, representing the applicant. As Mr. Chairman read into the record, we're here this evening to present to you folks for preliminary design review phase. We're excited to be here this evening. This project's been in process now for several months. We met with the board back in December for a conceptual consultation. I recognize that a number of you folks were not at that meeting, so we're very much looking forward to hearing your feedback this evening on the site plans. We are also currently in the HDC process. We're excited that the way that is going, it seems to be very collaborative. It's moving forward very well. We're excited about the way the design is turning out, and we also met with the Technical Advisory Committee last month for a work session. So the next step here is to meet with you folks, get some preliminary design feedback based on the plans that we've provided, so that we can take those back and hopefully submit a formal application here in the near future and take it through the process. So the site itself, I'm sure you're all very familiar with it, often referred to as the Sheridan parking lot, bound by the train tracks, Maplewood Avenue, Deer Street, and Russell Street. Next slide, please. So the proposed project, the site itself, actually, it's the Sheridan parking lot itself is 3 lots. The project will remain 3 lots. It will require a lot line adjustment for those lines. You'll see that we have the lines situated now in the centers between the 3 buildings. There is also a parcel of land up along Market Street that is part of this project. Map 119 Lot 4, it's a vacant lot. I'll describe that a little bit more in detail as we get into the presentation. So just working away across the site, down at the corner of Maplewood Avenue and Russell Street, we are proposing what is a 4-story office building, 13,000 square foot footprint. Surrounding the building itself will be, improved wide sidewalks, both along Maplewood Avenue and along Russell Street. We're proposing some community space plaza area between these two buildings, which both myself and Bob will get into a little more detail further in the presentation. Along the rear of this building and along the length of all these buildings, we will have an access drive that will provide access for both parking under Building 2, which is the center building, fire access, and we are actually looking at opportunities maybe to use that as community space as well, based on some feedback that we had received at the work session. I'd be curious to hear from you folks on that when we get into discussion. Moving further down, Deer Street, excuse me. Again, the improved wide sidewalks. This is what we're referring to as building number 2. It's a mixed-use building consisting of commercial on the first floor as required, and above would be 72 units. At this point, we're anticipating that this will be a condominium building. The parking for the site will all be housed within this building. There will be a first-story parking deck, which will be accessed from the driveway off of Russell Street here into the building, which is not shown here. It will be depicted in further plans. What you see here really is going to be a second-story kind of amenity deck that's covering that parking. Also, parking will be in the basement of the building. The basement building parking will be accessed from this back drive down at the lower grade. Along the front of the site, we're going to be doing some significant upgrades to Russell Street. We'll be teeing off that intersection, as you can see here, it will create improved traffic flow, bicycle pedestrian improvements, and what it's going to do is, by teeing this off, is create this large plaza-like area here, open space area, which creates a tremendous opportunity to do something unique and special in the front of that building. Bob can speak to that a little bit more, some of the ideas that we're looking at here. Moving down, along Russell Street, we get to building 3. This is again a mixed-use building, commercial on the first floor, 5 stories with 44 units above. It's a unique shape given the site. Again, 44 units rental, and improvements all along Russell Street, parking, bicycle pedestrian roadway improvements. As we get up along these wide sidewalks, we'll get up to the intersection of Green Street, further roadway improvements. Again, this project is going to be doing some significant public improvement, both in the right-of-way and from the public realm standpoint. So what we'll be doing here is, again, we'll be teeing off this intersection at Green Street for traffic safety improvements. And then as you work your way further down Russell Street, you'll get to the intersection of Russell and Market. This is that vacant piece of land that I was spoken about that is also part of the project that will be improved. The intention there would be to create that as community space. What is depicted here was what was previously contemplated on the prior project years ago. We spoke with staff early in the process to understand if this was still a desire to have a roundabout at this location. That they indicated as such, and also that was reflected in the TAC work session discussion as well. So what we're showing here obviously is a roundabout improvement at the intersection of Market and Russell. Some water. Sorry. So that's kind of an overview of the site, or the proposed site. Quickly, I'll discuss the parking. Obviously, it's, like I said, it's the Sheridan parking lot, right? So there is a shared parking situation that already exists on this site, and will do so within the proposed development itself. We've included some very preliminary parking calculations. Obviously, as we're working through the building design, with HDC. The unit mix isn't quite nailed down yet, so we've been conservative. We looked at basically the highest parking count required for a unit to calculate these requirements. We've looked at the existing hotel requirement for the Sheraton parking lot, and we've also included what are deeded spaces that are for the condos, both in the Sheraton building and along Deer Street. So those spaces need to be held in perpetuity to meet the easement requirements that exist today. What we're proposing here is, there's 389 spaces that are required. There's 154 spaces within the Sheraton parking areas. So what we'd be required to do to meet that requirement is 235 proposed spaces on this site. We're looking at on the first floor deck, again, we haven't nailed it down because the building's shifting a little bit, but the parking on the deck, first floor deck itself, is probably going to be in the 80 to 100 parking space count. And then the basement, obviously, the footprint is larger. I should have mentioned as we were discussing building 2, we are seeking a conditional use permit for building 2. Where building 1, which is the office, is 13,000 square feet. Building 3, which is also 13,000 square feet. But building 2 in the middle is a 40,000 square foot footprint, which requires a conditional use permit. It's allowed in the District 5 with certain requirements that we are looking to adhere to. What you'll need to do, one is provide the liner building along the first floor to screen that parking. So we're proposing to do so. I think there's approximately 10,000 square feet of commercial space along Russell and Deer Street here that will screen this back parking area. The parking needs to make up over 50% of the first floor, which it does. I think there was several other requirements, but the gist of it is that we're looking to adhere to those requirements, and we will be seeking a conditional use permit from this board to allow for the 40,000 square foot footprint. So with that, back to the parking, parking on the first deck, parking in the basement, studying that parking, we're required to have, I mentioned 389 spaces, approximately 80 to 100 on the first floor, and the balance will be done in the basement of the larger footprint. Certainly we're hoping the way it lays out that we can actually just provide the parking required. If we do need additional spaces in the basement, we'll look at parking technologies such as lift systems, potential tandems in order to meet those requirements, but we're confident with the space that we have within that footprint that we can achieve the parking requirement for this project. So what I'll do now is just quickly, I just want to turn it over to Attorney Lyons to speak a little bit more about the parking, and then I'll come back up, quickly go through some of the stormwater utilities, and then get into the community space.
Patrick. Good evening, everyone. For the record, my name is Attorney John Lyons. I represent Port Harbor Land, LLC, and I only want to address one issue in related to the parking with you. There's a condominium across the street located at the Sheraton lot called Market Wharf 1. I see Attorney Larry Gormley is here, who represents that condominium. For the record, by warranty deed dated November 30th, 1987, recorded at book 2719, page 1968. Market Wharf 1 has a parking easement for 58 parking spaces on the 2 Russell Street lot. What is important to know is the easement specifically provides those parking spaces may be temporarily located during the construction of, and I quote, a parking garage, office building, or other improvement. There are other provisions related to this easement in the deed as well. However, I don't want to leave any question, and on the record, my client agrees all the easement terms set out in the warranty deed are fully enforceable. In fact, on page C102 of my client's application, we have specifically provided for these 58 parking spaces called for in the easement with Market Wharf 1. Additionally, at the present time, my client is currently allowing the unit owners of Market Wharf 1 to have permissive and temporary use of the underground parking garage at the Sheridan lot. This permissive use will continue throughout the construction process. I would add that as part of my client's development, the Market Wharf 1 unit owners will go from having parking spaces on a surface lot to covered garage spaces. There is a backstory, though. I don't know what Attorney Gormley might address with you, but there is a backstory that I want to address with you. Prior to my client purchasing the 2 Russell Street lot and the Sheridan lot, there were negotiations between the prior owner and Market Wharf 1 to move those 58 parking spaces across the street and into the underground parking garage. However, there is no dispute this agreement was never formalized in any written agreement prior to my client's purchase of the property. It appears Market Wharf 1 may intend to use my client's development of the 2 Russell Street lot as leverage to force my client to accept the prior agreement that was never formalized in any writing prior to my client's purchase of the property. I'm confident you won't allow yourselves to be enrolled in that effort. My client agrees to all of the terms of the written parking easement, agrees they're fully enforceable. This is provided for in my client's application. My client will continue to allow the permissive temporary use of the Sheridan underground parking garage. If Market Wharf 1 has the right to force my client to accept any agreement with the prior owner that was never formalized in any written agreement, that is an issue to be decided by the courts. Of course, the irony is if Market Wharf 1 has the right, which I can't imagine that they do, and my client has to accept a prior agreement with the prior owner that was never formalized in any writing, that has nothing to do with the development, as Market Wharf 1 would have parking across the street. I appreciate you allowing me to address this issue with you so that it doesn't become a distraction. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Steph, can you go to the next slide, please? So here's a preliminary grading and drainage plan. Obviously, the site is almost entirely impervious surface, so peak runoff rates is not really a concern of ours. We're confident that we'll probably be under the current open space that exists on the site. What we're looking to do is mimic drainage flow patterns, which is what is reflected here with the roof drain tie-ins and where the various flows go now. The idea would be that we are going to have to treat this runoff now where it is not currently treated. So it's likely at this time, someplace in this location, where this manhole sits, and similarly up here, we're going to be looking at a stormwater treatment unit that meets the requirements of the city and the alteration of terrain permit to provide the appropriate stormwater treatment for this site. During work session, there was some discussion about some outfall improvements that are being done, I believe, down at the North Mill Pond. So what DPW has just asked that we work with them through the TAC process to make sure that we're sending the appropriate stormwater in the right direction at the right place, and so that we're not overburdening the outfall and the improvements that are being done, and we agree to do so. Next slide, Steph. So this is a schematic utility plan. There are a number of easements that do cross the site. 2 of them virtually have been abandoned. There is a sewer line that once crossed the site that has been diverted and no longer does. There's also a gas line that had once crossed the site, which no longer does with the recent improvements that have been done up along Green Street and crossing the train tracks as well. There will need to be Eversource electric upgrades within the vicinity of the neighborhood. That's not news to us. In fact, those upgrades are going to be required as part of the projects that had been previously approved by this board over on Rains and Green Street as well. So what is reflected here is those improvements that have been previously coordinated with Eversource in terms of relocating, adding duct bank, manholes, vaults, etc. Next slide, Steph. So that was a quick overview on the stormwater and the utilities, kind of getting back into the permits themselves. The project is going to require, obviously, site plan review approval from you folks. I mentioned that we're going to be adjusting the lot lines, so it will require a lot line revision plan. And then there are several conditional use permits that will be required as part of this project as well. We touched on the parking already, but there will be a conditional use parking for shared parking on a separate lot that would be required. It's already an existing condition, but certainly as we develop the site, we'll have to work through that CUP. In addition, I mentioned we're going to need the CUP for the 40,000 square foot footprint on the center building, Building 2. We're also going to be looking at required conditional use permits for the use of off-site community space. So what I'll do is just kind of quickly, I can go into the community space. Steph, if you want to go to the next slides first. So what I did just do is, I mentioned that this is going through the HDC process, so it's evolving, but I did want to just put a couple graphics in here just to give the board some context of scale, size, mass, what's being worked on, what it looks like at more of a 3D level. So here's just a bird's eye view, kind of looking at the fronts of the buildings. Steph, the next one. And then this is kind of looking at the back, and you can see that the public realm areas, the breaks between the buildings, the view corridors that are being created, the second story amenity deck above the garage here, some of the wide sidewalks, and even that connector along the back that'll provide access to the basement level garage, fire access, and as I mentioned, we'll touch on right now, hopefully potentially community space. Steph, next slide, please. So I included this graphic in the package. I know there's a lot going on it, but what we're just trying to do here is get across the point that there's a lot of opportunity out here for public realm improvement. We're really looking for feedback from you folks. That's one of the reasons we've shown so much of this, is we're trying to take away from the board, what you would like to see on these community spaces, what may or may not be accepted. So quickly just kind of looking at those. On Building 1, while it is going to stay a 4-story building, we are looking for that additional 10 feet in height. Obviously what that does is it creates a higher floor-to-floor, more desirable for an office building build-out. So we'd be proposing to provide community space on that for that site. 20% would be required for that building. And what we did was we identified a few community space areas. Obviously, the obvious one is the wide sidewalk community space, which is the dark green. And then between the two buildings, Building 1, the office building, and the mixed-use Building 2, we'd proposed to build a community space plaza, which Bob will discuss a little more, some of the ideas that we had and feedback that we're looking for from you folks. And then again, along the back, I mentioned that the access drive, this was brought up as a potential idea during work session by staff, and so we wanted to add this to the plan and have some discussion with you folks, get feedback on that. One of the recommendations was maybe looking at using that access way as a community space type area where it kind of serves a dual purpose, where it can have vehicles drive on it to access the garage, but it'd be a pedestrian type area, very similar, I guess, to, if you want to, Chestnut Street would be a good example of that, out in front of the music hall, where it's kind of a combined nicely paved area, decorative, but also vehicles can use it. So it was an idea that was thrown out by staff. We liked the idea. We wanted to represent it on the graphic as a potential, and we're looking forward to hearing feedback from you folks on that. Moving over to Building 2, again, the plaza between the two buildings, would be seeking community space for that. The wide sidewalk community space to bring the wide sidewalks all the way out from the building out to Deer and Russell. That would only be included on our parcel, and you can see that there's a very large swath of yellow on that plan, and the purpose of showing that is this project is doing a significant amount of public realm improvement along the right-of-way that can't be counted as community space, but they'll be making a very significant investment to improving the roadway network and the pedestrian access along these streets. Particularly, you can see that the opportunity that presents itself for that area in front of Building 2, which Bob will touch along a little bit in his presentation. Again, with this site requiring, this would require 30% community space for that conditional use permit to get that 40,000 square foot footprint. So what we've looked at is several options. I mentioned the ones on the site already. Additionally, we'd be looking at adding what would be that off-site community space area up top here. This land's also controlled by the applicant, with the intent that would be made into somewhat of more of a passive park type space, really a continuation of the improvements that have already been done along Market Street, and just kind of bringing you down into town, into the site, could get you access up into the North End neighborhood, which is slated for more development, obviously the North Mill Pond Trail, if and when that moves forward. So we're looking to include that as community space. And another one potential idea that had been raised, which again, I'm looking for feedback from you folks on this, was there is a piece of land over here along along Vaughn Street, the intersection of Vaughn and Maplewood. When you walk by it, it's just a brick sidewalk, rather underwhelming. So what was mentioned was if we could improve that, potentially we use that as community space, counting towards one of these buildings. Obviously, it would be off-site. That is city land, but that's an idea that was raised that we thought was a good one, and it could tie very nicely with the improvement that is being done here particularly around Building 1. Obviously, we have that connection that exists in town all the way from the African burial ground. That the idea, the vision was that we could bring that all the way out to the North End someday. You go in Music Hall to 3S Art Space. It's a pretty neat little corridor. The railroad tracks obviously create an impediment to provide that direct connection, but the idea would be, you could come all the way down, cross from Port Walk, and then access what would be that kind of pedestrian drive, and then come up around to this nice community space and continue on into that neighborhood. So that was just a thought for some community space as well. Moving up to Building 3, similar theme, wide sidewalk, looking at that pedestrian alley again in the back. The other opportunity we wanted to bounce off the board, because it is technically creating a wide sidewalk, a much wider sidewalk, is this area in pink. Obviously, this is the Sheridan land controlled by the applicant, and what the applicant is actually going to be doing is deeding some land here in the corner in order to allow for those roadway improvements to occur. And what we were doing, the thought there was, because this is creating such a wide sidewalk over here, using that land swap area to count that towards community space. So we'd be curious to get feedback from you folks on that as well. There are there's several other land swaps that need to occur as part of this project. Again, more public contribution that this project's going to need to do in order to construct the roundabout here. We would be giving up this sliver of land here at the corner of Market and Russell, and again, coming into this kind of land area and creating right-of-way here. That was also discussed at the work session as well, that, you know, any improvements that may be done to that community space would likely have to wait until after the construction of the roundabout. It makes sense. It wouldn't make sense to go and do them, tear them all out, come back. But that was something that was brought up at TAC, so that's just some food for thought for you guys. I know that's a lot, but, you know, we're trying to look at opportunities here to provide some meaningful public realm community space, and look forward to hearing your feedback on it. What I'm going to do now, though, is I'm going to turn it over to Bob, and you know, what he's focused on in the submittals package that you have is just some scaling comparisons and some precedent imagery of some of the more significant public realm areas, so you can walk through that with you, and then we look forward to hearing your feedback.
Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. For the record, Bob Eulig with Halverson Teinbahn Studio, landscape architect. And as Patrick indicated, hopefully this will be an enjoyable session. We're going to go through a couple different design ideas for 3 of the community spaces. And we've done a couple different alternatives, so we want to get your reactions as to what you see as pros and cons and so forth. So hopefully this will be an interactive feedback. Next slide, please. So in kind of looking at the open space on the site, so the site is the area up in green at the corner of Deer and Russell Streets. We wanted to look at the larger context within downtown Portsmouth. And so what you're seeing is there's a series of other open spaces that we've identified. Commercial alley, you know, 2,500 square feet, that's kind of on the smaller side, both in terms of its length and its width. Market Square in front of the Tuscan Market is at about 4,500 square feet, which again is a bit more comparable in terms of the size of the space that we're talking about as what we're calling the Muse. So, and then I'll look at kind of this, what Patrick talked about, which is this kind of extended urban corridor that starts at the African Burial Ground, heads up Chestnut Street in front of the Music Hall, continues in the form of Vaughn Mall, continues across in front of Port Walk Place, and then it doesn't necessarily terminate, but it continues in the form of what we're calling the Muse that carries across Deer Street between buildings 1 and 2. And so we want to think about how all these contribute to kind of the different open spaces that occur in Portsmouth, both as linear experiences and then as experiences of which places that people can occupy and stop and enjoy and so forth. And so if you could go to the next slide, please. So again, I'm going to be talking in sequence about what we call the Muse community space between buildings 1 and 2, the corner community space at the corner of Deer and Russell Streets, and then this, what we're referring to as North Community Park, which is up closer to Market Street. And I'm going to go through a series of scale comparisons, so it's kind of like we can experience, okay, what is the size of each of these spaces together? Next, please. First, we're going to look at the Muse. These are some of the graphics I think that you've seen previously of what that space looks like in terms of the gap between the building and the width of it. Clearly, it's long and narrow. On the right-hand side, it shows you kind of those dimensions. Next slide, please. This graphic may be a little bit confusing. This is attempting to show you, okay, what kind of other spaces is this space look like? What kind of space is it? How kind of wide is it, such that is it inviting or is it really narrow and cramped? I know the last image architecturally looked like it was a little narrow and cramped. If you look at this image, this is an image that is in the Seaport in Boston. On the left-hand side, and there's a lot going on graphically here. If you look at the red dashed line, trust me, the intent is to show you that there's an open space there that's about 8,000 square feet that is, and the red dashed line shows you the edge of the buildings and the open space in the middle. On the right-hand side is a graphics to show you the dashed area is that other site, but it's just a little bit wider than the proposed site that we're showing. And the graphic on the right shows you kind of at the ground plane, what is in brown is kind of wood site elements that you could sit on. Green is planted areas, and the rest is kind of open paved areas. So again, the point is, this is a fairly similar size space, both in length and width, to what we're talking about. So next image, please. All that's to say is, this is kind of the scale of space that we're talking about. You've got vertical buildings on either side. In our space that we're talking about, you don't have something at the end, but just generally kind of look and feel the scale of the space. In this instance, there's objects within the space that are sculptural. We thought that that was interesting to think about relative to, there's a fairly linear progression as you go from the African burial ground to this site. Is there something that wants to be within this space so that it's not just pass through? Maybe it has some character to it. So this image on the right-hand side is with the site without site furniture in it. On the left-hand side, it's with it occupied, and it has the benefit of being kind of the forecourt of Trillium Brewing Company in Boston. Next image, please. Another site that will be more familiar to you that's of a similar scale comparison, again, is Vaughan Mall, right adjacent to the Worth lot. So on the left-hand side is the aerial. On the left of that aerial, where the red dashed line is the Worth lot. So you can kind of see, again, the scale of the Muse that we're talking about, and its open space bounded by the Worth lot is very similar in nature. On the right-hand side is more that ground plane view. And then next slide, please. Again, kind of what you all know pretty well, but just gives you a sense, again, of scale and width of dimension that we're talking about for the Muse that we're looking at. Next slide. And then, so I just wanted to introduce you to the Muse. We'll go back there in a minute as to designs. Then on the corner, wanted to show you, again, the size and scale of the space at the corner, community space that we're going to be talking about. Next slide, please. And then just wanted to show you yet another scale comparison of an open space that's in Cambridge, Massachusetts, that we're talking really kind of about the corner condition. And this is about showing you, what could occur if that's a public destinational open space. So remember this kind of overall ground plane. On the left, the picture, and on the right-hand side shows you kind of where the dark line is where the building edge is. So the real focus is on kind of the nose of the open space. Next image, please. So again, not the whole way back to the building, but about coming out to the edge of the circle on the left-hand side and thinking about the idea that this open space sticks out in a similar way in a corner. It's going to have continued circulation along the edge of the streetscape, and the idea is, what do we do with that area inside of it? Is it a public open space on the inside? Is it surrounded with trees to give you separation from the street? Some of those options. And we thought, again, this just was kind of, not that we want to redo this here, but this gives you a sense of the possibilities. So next slide, please. And another image of similar in character and size, not quite as big actually, but it's the area again in front of the Tuscan Market over at Market Square. Again, the ground plane on the left, and then that overlaid over our site plan so that it's probably 33% bigger if you wrap the corner. Next image, please. And again, showing you that space that you all know and is pretty beloved in Portsmouth. All right, so we're going to, with the next slide, we'll go back into looking at the overall site plan. So this is just to give you a sense of looking at those areas overall, the Muse, the corner condition, and then we'll get into the North Park a bit later. We're going to kind of now zoom into the Muse with two different options as to how that, what the look and feel of that could be. Next slide, please. Oh yeah, so this is one you're going to see is a bit more organic in nature, and the other you're going to see is a little bit more rectilinear in nature. And I think it's going to be helpful to see the enlargements to focus in on that. So next slide, please. All right, so here we are standing kind of on Deer Street looking into the open space. The way we've thought about the Muse is, again, that it's a continual progression beginning at the African burial ground and kind of making its way through here. And so this first approach kind of keeps the open space and the circulation down the middle and creates a little bit of a buffer on either edge between the buildings so that the pedestrian circulation is central. The edges are softened with planting, and there's the potential for kind of a commercial retail or some kind of spill out here at the corner, which is right at the entryway to the Muse. Again, as you look at Deer Street, sorry about that. As you look at Deer Street, the idea is we're going to be introducing additional street trees along Deer Street. We're hoping to put those in raised planters with ground cover at the ground level, again, so that it's very lush, ideal tree planting environment. if you look at the images on the right-hand side, there's are kind of precedents to give you a sense as to, the kind of planting that's going to be on the edges, the seating elements in the upper right-hand corner. Down in the bottom right-hand corner, the idea that we'll use forms to create smaller spaces within that overall linear space. And then one notion that I had brought up before was this idea of, do we have a little fun with this space? Does it have some sculptural kind of elements like you see on the right-hand side in the middle, where it's light elements that kind of capture your eye from a distance and draw you into the space? Next slide, please. So now this is the same view. We're going to give you a little bit of three-dimensionality so you get a look and feel to the space. And be mindful, this isn't intended to be a physical design. This is kind of an idea that shows you a series of scale of spaces. So now we're going to go down to the ground level and take a look. Next image, please. So the idea looking through the space, on the left-hand side is kind of this spill-out seating area. You see the planting and the kind of curvature to the seating areas at the ground level, and the idea of kind of potentially vertical elements that could be light elements, could be sculpture, that kind of carry your eye through the space. And again, pedestrian circulation in this instance is more down the middle, and you can sit along the edges. Next image, please. So this is the second alternative. This alternative is different in that you circulate down the edges, and the kind of tree grove that we've proposed in this instance is more down the middle. So when you look at it, you kind of see trees overhead. There's more access to the building edges and so forth. Again, kind of the images that we're looking at on the right-hand side are more indicative of the character, tall shade trees that you walk beneath, more angular geometries to the seating areas down the center, and then there's opportunities for loose site furniture to either side of that. Next slide, please. This is a bit of an overhead view of that, so you can kind of appreciate how the trees make their way through. The pedestrians circulate to either side along the building edges, and then you could sit on fixed elements down the middle. Now, next slide for kind of at the ground level experience. So again, I think that gives you a sense, everything kind of down the middle, seat height, circulation around the edges. Next slide, please. So that's, on the left is the more curvilinear approach to it, and the right-hand side is a bit more orthogonal, circulation down the middle and circulation at the edges. So that's kind of something to think about relative to the Muse. Then we're gonna go to the community park at the corner, and we can come back to these guys if you want to talk about them afterwards. So the first image is this idea of creating a space up closer to the building and putting green kind of around the perimeter. The slides on the right-hand side are indicative of kind of what is the character of that space around the edge of the circle. Per the image on the center right, could be a seating bench so that it's welcoming at the center. The upper right-hand corner is just to show you what that sense of enclosure would be like. And then the bottom right-hand corner is the opportunity that there could be sculpture or something iconic at the corner, since it's so visible when you come around both Deer Street and Russell Street, now that it's on this prominent corner. And again, the idea of wrapping street trees that combine with larger planted areas at the center provide a more lush kind of environment in what is a fairly hard streetscape area currently. Next slide, please. And this is kind of an overhead view of what the look and feel and the scale of that space is like. As Patrick mentioned, it's fairly generous with the building setback, and now the curb lines being all pulled out. Next slide, please. And this is kind of down at the street level. Next slide. And this is a different alternative approach to the plaza, where the idea is we create a stronger tree canopy right at the corner. We keep it open, the overall sidewalk and streetscape open, so that there's a continuous, broader paved area, and perhaps something that's more set off in terms of how the paving treatment is at the building entry and at the corner. So again, some images on the right-hand side that represent what that tree canopy would be like, potential sculptural element, and the streetscape experience. Next slide, please. And this is an overhead that gives you a sense of what the scale of that space would look like when we create a larger open space on the center. Perhaps that could be a place where different activities or programs, since it's a scale that could accommodate a variety of scale of spaces. Next slide, please. Down at the ground level.
Here's what I found.
Sorry, phone's talking to me. Next image, please. And this is the two kind of images of those two alternatives on the same page. And then I'm just going to go through the north part, please. So again, the upper space that Patrick talked about, adjacent to where the Market Street intersection is, where it's pretty much overgrown in that area now, would take a bit of work to regrade that and to remove some of that invasives. Next slide, please. This is kind of it at the ground level. Next slide, please. So we did two different approaches to this. One, which is more keeping the sidewalk along the edge of the street edge for those that just want to be, kind of making their way quickly along. And then there's another approach where we've introduced a more sinuous path that may be a bit more meandering, or if you want to get off and get away from the traffic, with a seating area at the corner that may be a node that's more complementary to what's happening in the building across the street. And the images on the right-hand side are indicative of kind of site furnishings and planting that you may see in that particular site. And then the next image shows you an alternative which is a bit more simple and straightforward, where there's a pathway kind of along the roadway's edge adjacent to the roundabout, and then it peels away from the roadway so that you've got a green buffer between you and traffic, and then a simple seating node just a little bit away from the road there, adjacent to where the new building is. Next slide, please. And that's the two of those together. And I think that covers the three spaces and their alternatives.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't want to break now and at 10 o'clock, but I was wondering if the board would like a short break. Why don't we have a 10-minute break? Thank you. We'll come back.
Sounds good.
Mr. Chair, I have hopefully just a very minor comment. I hope this won't make the whole meeting void, but were we supposed to do attendance at the beginning?
I don't think it's required.
Okay.
No,
I just wasn't
it'll be
sure.
part of the minutes, when the minutes come out as to who was in attendance.
All right, I just didn't know if planning board did attendance.
Just city council does roll call.
Okay.
I think I did say the whole board was here for some of the applications.
Oh, in attendance.
Okay, we are back live. Did you have, Patrick, any more of your team? Okay, we have questions for the applicant. Mr. Clark.
All right, Chairman, thank you. I guess I'll kick it off. You know, I go back to comments I made last time that I think there's a couple issues with the community space. I'll start with you know, kind of the muse. One thing that I have a little trouble envisioning in here is the sunlight getting down into the space. It's you know, you have the buildings right there. It generally running, well, it's kind of northwest, southwest, but sunlight getting down into that space. I thought it was interesting that you guys used the Trillium space in the Seaport District, because I actually was able to go to that space this past summer, and the reason I think that that space works well is because the building on the south side is generally smaller in height than all the other buildings around it, so you get a lot more sunlight coming in. That building is also a really historical building, and I think they did a really good job of you know, enhancing that with the large windows, and there's a market in there too. And so there's a lot of activity between that building and the people in the space. While the people in the space might be there for the brewery, generally that market helps enhance that entire space. So, you know, with this building, building 1 being proposed office building, I don't know, you know, what the thoughts are on trying to activate that building. I know you have the liner building. I hope that liner continues all the way around into this public space, because I really think that you have to have, and while it's, you know, somewhat, it's outside the you know, this board to some degree, you know, you really got to make sure that what's happening in that space is activating your community space. You know, the last thing I think anybody on the board wants is what is happening, or what happened at the corner of, right across the corner from this at Deer and Maplewood, where you have essentially a dead facade that, you know, has no activation at all with the sidewalk, none. So I think those are kind of some of the comments on the muse. I think the other space at the corner there, you know, I guess I kind of go back to how the buildings are being used. You know, the reason Market Square is what it is because there's a cafe and restaurants right there. If that was a 9-to-5 office building, or, you know, a hotel with, you know, the curtains up all the time, then Market Square wouldn't be what it is. You know, I think, you know, another example of something, since you have such a big intersection and you're changing it around, maybe something even as far as Davis Square in Somerville, you know, where you have activation all the way around that, you know, there's restaurants and everything that really just pour out into that area. And that's why it works. It's not, you know, to me, it's not the seating, it's not the landscaping, it's how the people get into those spaces. Now, the space at the far end, you know, that might be more of a transient space or something like that. I do wonder with that area. I know the bedrock is extremely high on the other corner, and I would imagine that bedrock, I think Green Street's essentially a bedrock cut. So if it's all bedrock, how are you going to activate that space, you know, without flattening it, or, you know, how can we get flow through that space, with that being said? I guess, so those are just some of my overall comments, you know, about the public space. Actually, one more thing I'll mention on that. You know, the sidewalks out there are already fairly wide. Fortunately, Deer Street, you know, gets a lot of sunlight coming in. So maybe shifting the buildings a little bit, you know, maybe the sidewalk doesn't need to be that wide in that area. And so that we can build upon some of these other areas. I mean, like I said back in December, you know, I would love to see some activation at on Deer Street. I think the community space, the Pocket Park, I think that's a good idea. Unfortunately, it's on the other side of the railroad tracks. But to me, that intersection, you know, if you're a pedestrian, there's nothing in that intersection that's inviting really at all. So I would hate to have that corner also be uninviting. You know, I think particularly if you want people to come into the space, while they might come down Port Walk and come in, they're also going to be coming down Maplewood and coming in. So how do we build upon that? The only, I guess, another just question I had, and I believe you touched upon it, and I apologize. Was the applicant intending to pay for the roundabout at the end of Russell there?
No, we're not intending to pay for the entire roundabout. We would be providing the design level of design that was similar to what was done as part of the last project, and you know, what gets contributed towards that will get worked out through the TAC process.
Okay. Great. I'll leave it for that. Leave it at that now, Chairman. So.
We'll start with Andrew.
To dovetail off of what Corey has mentioned, I think the community space will be super critical here. On top of having good sunlight, I think it's also important to note that that's a pretty windy area, so we don't want to create a wind tunnel that nobody's going to feel welcomed into. But this is something I have quite a bit of experience in. It's a placemaking type of scenario where you want to create these collisions and a little bit of community gathering. And so I think if we can create within the building code that we have in Portsmouth, retail and restaurant functionality within those ground floor spaces, similar to what Dos Amigos was previously doing on Port Walk Place, then that's a really great aspect. And I think engaging the community that way, Trillium is obviously a great example, but that's a dedicated restaurant space. So if you just have a hotel, it doesn't necessarily contribute. It is going to be the first impression on Maplewood Ave among the new office building there. It is going to be that first impression for both corners. It's going to bookend the Deer Street and Russell Street corridor. So if we can think to incorporate local arts, sculptures, I mean, you mentioned 3S Art Space, like the music hall, all of those are very hyper-local type of attributes. So maybe incorporating some of that. I don't know if we can write that into the approval, but nonetheless, it would be great to see all of that. And the last thing is just, we want to think about reprieve for people. So if it is an office building and they come downstairs to eat lunch outside, excellent. Where are they going to sit? How is that going to look? And what type of engagement are you going to generate from all of that? So that's how I perceive this. And we just want to make sure that whatever it is, it can be used 12 months a year, or for the most part.
Jane had her hand up.
Yeah. Along those same lines, we do have one comment from Mr. Glenn Trefethen, a letter that was written in. And again, he's talking about that larger community space and kind of asking, can it be a place for people to gather? Can it be made into something cozy and personable? Can there be benches, in a sense, a park bench situation, so that people have a chance to sit there and also look at the historic context that they're sitting in? And I think with regard to the MU, I really don't see, I don't think it's comparable to Commercial Way, where you've got like 2-story buildings and minimal, the shadows are playing all day long, but not at the level that a 4-story and a 5-story building are going to be. You're going to be in shadow 90% of the time in that spot, I think. I think one thing that you might consider is, if it really is an extension from the African burial ground, to extend the story of history of the port, of the river, of our history, which could be done. I question how the trees that you picture are actually, I don't know what kind of tree is going to grow there without very much sunlight, continuous sunlight. And it does need to be all 4 seasons. The thought is that it be a plaza, or even like a mini market square, that it have some resonance with these other places in town, and mark that area as being an area worthy of checking out by a pedestrian or a bicyclist. I mean, we should be providing bicycle racks and letting people, explore the city on bicycle as well.
Jim?
I'd like to follow up on the roundabout question. You said right off that the client will not be paying for that, and some type of arrangement will be made with the city through the TAC process. Is that accurate?
Yeah, typically how the process works is, a lot of this is going to be driven by the traffic study, which we're currently performing right now. We had the counts done last week. And then what gets looked at is the impact that the project itself is going to place on the roadway networks. And that, percentage impact oftentimes becomes that percent of cost sharing for improvements. So that's a typical process for the site plan review process. I guess that's what I was trying to describe.
So the roundabout will cost X amount of dollars.
Correct.
And you'll contribute the amount that extra traffic will generate from your project to that cost?
That's typically how it's done. We work through that process in TAC. I can't tell you how it's going to end up, but yes, that's in the past, that's how we've worked through that.
Okay. Can I ask another one? I am very interested in the shadows that this building will create at different times of year. And I think a shadow study would be really helpful to understand how the buildings will create shadows on the surrounding area. So I would like to see, if it's possible, a shadow study for 4 seasons, say at 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. and at the building heights with the extra story and in the building heights with not the extra story. If that's all right. And my last question has to do with timing with the HDC. I take it these green space ideas are going to be presented to them also?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
We've already presented in a higher level, obviously. Largely the focus is on the architecture, but certainly these spaces impact that. So what we've been doing is coordinating with SGA, and they've been bringing that actually into their model, so it'll be incorporated as part of their documents that they present.
All right. And do you anticipate having HDC approval before you bring it back to the planning board?
Given the way that this process is, I can't say that definitively, obviously, right? But given the way that the process is moving and the way that we've planned this out, that's the hope. We've already been before the HDC 4 times. We're submitting either this week or next week for the next work session meeting for a 5th meeting already. Certainly the TAC review process is going to take some time to get through. So it'll be a few months before we're back before you folks. I think we're ahead in the HDC process itself.
All right. If that's your goal, I think that's at least my goal also.
Greg?
With respect to the northwest end of the Muse and, the whole northern or northwestern boundary of your parcel has that active rail line along there. I mean, it is what it is. It's not going to go away. Mm-hmm. But you tried to tie the music hall to 3S Art Space. You drew the corridor, this, that, and the other thing, and kind of pointed at 3S Art Space. I've walked from that parking lot to 3S Art Space because it was a good place to park, and the railroad track is just dangerous. It's ridiculously dangerous, and you've got 2 residential buildings and a commercial building there. Have you talked to, good luck with it, but talking to Pan Am or the railways and figure out a way to make a pedestrian crossing across those tracks, because it's dangerous even in broad daylight, let alone at night going over there.
We have not approached them yet.
Creating a natural path.
Understood.
But now you got to stumble over these horribly maintained railroad tracks.
No, understood. We have not, understanding in past projects that I've had to deal with this.
That's why I said that, the way I said it. They're not easy to deal with.
They're not easy to deal with. The requirements that will be set probably won't even work in that setting, because you're going to need to build a pedestrian bridge that would bring you up 20 feet over the rail and then back down for safety reasons.
Well, they played that game down the road, but yeah. I mean, I've seen literally the plastic pedestrian crossings that fit between, right in the middle of near Beaver Creek. You
and
can
I'm
walk across an active rail line.
It's a point very well taken, and I'm happy to reach out and see where we can get with that. The other opportunity I mentioned, if we can, perhaps that we create some sort of barrier as you walk to the end of the Mews, so that it is requiring you to take that left and kind of come around to
right
that.
up to where the road crosses.
That,
I mean, you've
exactly.
got crossings on either end,
Sure.
not the end of the Mews.
Right. So kind of force the pedestrian
Go that
to
way.
get back out to Maplewood,
Yeah.
and then loop around, and then.
Just a thought.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you.
I was letting everybody else speak first.
I know.
I loved everything Mr. Clark said about the community space. What I'd like to add to some of it is my concern about the corner where the front of the condo building is, so Deer Street and Russell Street, that sort of corner piece, that's exactly where the entrance to the condo building you're showing it to be. And it will be a not activated area if it's just a front to a residential building. It's going to feel more like that's their park, their entrance to the building. So if you're going to truly make that community space, you need to make it look very inviting and open to the public. And I don't know if that's, like a retaining wall that basically makes the entrance sort of behind it, so that then the park in front of it really looks like it's for the open to the public. But I think that would be really important to truly count that as community space. I agree with everything that's been said about the other corridor off of Vaughn Street, the Mews as you call it. It's going to need a lot of work, and I don't know really what the answer is there, but I definitely think that also needs to not feel like it's just for the office building or just for the people who live in the condo. It needs to actually feel like to the public that this is open to you. I find that we've discovered we have a sort of lot of public spaces for the public, but the public doesn't even know they're there or how to use them. So whatever could be inviting enough to make them realize that that is for just any Joe Schmo walking down the street is invited. It's not specific to those specific spots. So I think that's important. Could you give us a little bit more information about this second story deck that looks like it has grass and trees on it that's over supposedly the first story parking that's in the backside along the railroad tracks?
Other than it's envisioned to be a open deck area, amenity space for the condo building.
So is it actually going to have grass growing on it?
Yeah,
or?
they are absolutely. They are looking at the floor depths that would allow for planting. Obviously it's still very early in the building design
Right.
process, but we actually were discussing that as early as today in terms of.
I was just curious, what the plan is, because I'm thinking it's hard to conceptualize, what that's actually going to look like and be. And obviously, it's on the side where the railroad track is, so how enjoyable is that going to be for the people living
Sure.
there? Is that the best place for it, I guess, when you start thinking about it?
Yeah,
is all.
understood. It's important to us to make that a very successful place too and welcoming. So
Yeah.
appreciate the comment.
I think that's all I have for now. Everyone else has said everything else I want to say.
Jane, you had
I just wanted to go back on the community space diagram to the pink area where you are proposing a transfer of land to the city. And I think you said in your presentation that that would count as community space. I guess my question is, what are the pros and cons of that? How would the city benefit from that little piece of land? And if it isn't transferred, what would it become?
If the land's not transferred, we can't complete the intersection improvements that are shown on the plan. We can't tee up that intersection for Russell Street to Deer Street, create the safety improvements, the plaza area that we've all been talking about in front of Building 2. So that land would be swapped in order to allow for that to happen.
Peter.
I was just going to add to further enhance that is a very difficult intersection right there. So this is actually a welcome traffic enhancement because you get there and it's wide open space and it's dangerous.
Sure. Yes, absolutely is.
Andrew.
Just to both what Councilor Moreau and Greg have said, whenever you have an office or a condo building, my presumption is that these folks have never walked through this site and they don't know, and whether or not it's the Sheridan parking lot or it's a condo building, there has to be wayfinding signs and some incorporation of determining where they should go and direction thereafter. So whether it's the railroad tracks that are pointing them towards Maplewood, or maybe circumventing them out and around towards the intersection of Russell and Deer Street, to make that connection between 3S and the rest of downtown successful. I think it'll take quite a bit of pushing people in one direction. And once you decide where that is, just like really commit to it and say, here's how we're going to make this work. And whether it's the greenway of all of downtown, it just takes a very cultivated effort to make that very cohesive.
Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one last question. So all the bonuses, you're looking to get all those bonuses via community space, no workforce on this site, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so you're not, everything will be market rate, no workforce housing on this one?
Yeah, we looked at it. It just doesn't really work on this site.
Okay, thank you.
So just for clarification, this pink, back to the pink space, and forgive me if there's something that I'm missing, but what material will that be? Is that brick? Is it, what is it? It's not a green space, right?
Part of it is actually road. What it is it's allowing to create that wide sidewalk on the other side of the street and to align that intersection. The rest of it will be newly constructed sidewalk.
Oh, so it'll just be an expanded sidewalk, is that it? Coming out in that kind of rounder shape?
It's dieting out that corner, so it's carving it out and then reconstructing the sidewalk along the Sheridan, and then what that does is it creates the opportunity across the street for the larger plaza area.
Thanks.
Well, I'd like to thank you for a very nice proposal, and I think you guys done a lot of work on it. I think there's some opportunities here. The repairing the damage caused by Russell Street is a huge move. And, making that into a T intersection, I think, is a tremendous benefit for the city long-term, especially right now. I walk through there all the time. I don't walk across there very much. It's bleak and horrible, and, it promotes speeding and all sorts of horrible things. That said, I wonder if you would consider, and I don't want to complicate your application, but I know curves, and I know you've shown some straight line segments, but I wonder about, with the giant yellow space, if you actually occupied a little bit of that space with building and took some of that building square footage over to your muse, and on the Deer Street bottom of it, if you basically opened up the bottom in more of like an inverted T, so that the bottom of the building's stepped, so you could create seating in there and also get some shielding from the wind, because as Andrew mentioned, there's a significant wind factor to be considered here.
Okay.
But you could also create a receiving space coming as people are walking north up through Port Walk and all the other places as they're heading to this area, as opposed to just coming to a corridor, which will be, you can dress it up, but it's still going to be a corridor with some pretty tall buildings on either side of it. If you broke it up at the ground level, you could create seating, you could create lots of landscape opportunities. So, and these aren't either or. I think you've got opportunities maybe to do both. I thought about the idea of making some of that giant yellow space building to try to give you back square footage that you might lose if you made the muse larger.
Yeah, and I appreciate the comment. It's great. And I actually don't disagree, but that land right there that's in yellow now is city land.
I know.
So,
well, that was what I was getting to. Not complicating your application, but I would encourage. I mean, it would be to the city's benefit to have all of this happen. It would also be to the city's benefit, in my opinion, to have a building that more squared up to the corner and didn't leave the giant. That street, Russell Street, is not a historic street. That came in at the same time as one-way streets and other bad things happened to Portsmouth and other downtowns, where it's not a walkable alignment by any stretch. So this is repair. This is urban repair you're proposing to do here. And it would also provide you possibly the opportunity to get actual credit for land you could get from the city that you could use for community space, building, whatever. I mean, it's in the public interest, in my opinion.
Okay.
So.
Thank you.
How do you feel about the roundabout? Do you like the roundabout?
I'm indifferent to it. I guess it really is. It must have been studied at one point in time to show that it was warranted on the prior project. I don't know enough about the traffic generation to speak to that. I do think it is a nice gateway entry into the town. It could be something very beautiful as you're coming in, that you have this nice landscaped area as you get to that intersection of Market Street. The traffic study will look at that obviously too from a flow standpoint, trip generation standpoint as well.
I know the way it's detailed, there's not much of deflection for two of the approaches, so, that's something that might change. And just so I understand, the Sheraton property is included in the application purely for shared parking and perhaps a little bit for the roundabout? Is that?
The roundabout, the land swap for the T at Russell Street as well. Yes, that is the intent.
But nothing to do with the buildings, nothing to do with the open space?
No.
Just the parking?
Correct.
The reservation for the private landowners who have their deeded rights and the other things you explained?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any? I'll open up the public hearing. Anybody want to speak to, for, or against this application?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Larry Gormley from Hopeful Phoenix, Gormley and Roberts. And as Mr. Lyons represented earlier, I represent the Market Wharf Condominium Association, which is comprised of 29 property owners who have a deeded right to park on this site. That is, they have a property interest in this site. And our concern has been a troublesome history to date. I've learned more about the parking plans for this site tonight than I have in 2 years of interactions with their representatives seeking information. I'm heartened to hear that they concede that we have a property right. However, this has been a somewhat tortured, tortured is too strong a word. It has been a frustrating experience because we have gotten no information. As John said, our deed can be moved otherwise on the site. It's currently deeded on Russell Street, but it was moved to the garage where it is currently. And it was moved because of the prior developer's interest in developing this lot. And contrary to the repeated representations that there were no written undertakings, over the course of 2 years, we negotiated an approximately 15-page document that addressed all of the parties' rights and obligations as related to this parking arrangement. And we agreed that we had an agreement. Unfortunately, they sold before they inked the agreement. So I spent a year plus calling Ocean Properties saying, are we going to sign this? Can we close on this? Finally, more than a year later, I get a letter from their attorney, or an email from their attorney saying, you've asked if we're going to sign this? No. One word. The next interaction was one of our component owners, unbeknownst to the association, listed his condo for sale. The owner's counsel reached out immediately and said, you've got no right to do that, and we're going to evict you if anything like this happens. My response was, to where? There's been a representation that they're allowing us to stay in this garage as though some favor is being given. The reality is they have nowhere else to put us. That's why we had the deal with the prior owner. There is nowhere else on that site that they can legally move us. But in response to my question, where are you going to move us? Nothing. In response to my repeated requests, we need to collaborate on this. Nothing. I've heard tonight that there are opportunities, perhaps, to park on the deck or in the other garage. It would seem to me, as another property, someone with a property interest in this site, it would be incumbent on a good faith developer to say, we don't know exactly where we're going to put you, but we're going to accommodate you either on this deck or in this garage. It may change, but that is our intention.
Attorney Gormley,
Yes.
we've got rules on time. It's 3 minutes the first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're okay. You're welcome to speak the second round, which is 10 minutes.
I can wrap this up.
Well, your time is up, so I
Okay.
just have to see if somebody else needs to speak.
Sure, no problem. Thank you.
Any other first-round speakers? Thank you.
I only made 11. Well, I actually only made 10, but I want an extra copy. So, yes, I'm going to share with you. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Bratter, property owner of 159 McDonough Street. For those of you who've heard me speak before, I'm a big proponent of environmentally friendly development and a lot less impervious surface throughout the city. So don't be shocked by what I'm going to propose today. Please take a minute to look at the maps that's in front of you. Proposed at 2 Russell Street and Deer Street is a required fire road that's going to be 20 feet wide, which will lead from Maplewood Ave to Green Street. This is shown on the map, presented as a green line with red crosshatches. Notice that there's a plain green line, and it represents the off-street parts of the North Mill Pond Trail. These additions to the North Mill Pond Trail are required for any development along the North Mill Pond. So they can start all the way at Bartlett Street and continue all the way to wherever anybody is along the North Mill Pond. At Green Street, the proposed rotary is colored in blue, but it will likely include Lot 119.4 according to the original plans which were put out, and that's colored in yellow. It's hard to tell if the entire wedge will be needed for that rotary, because Lot 119.3 is actually owned by 53 Green Street, and there is no indication as to whether it will be part of the rotary as well, based on what's been presented. So my question is why not continue the fire road all the way down to Market Street and have it have a curbed separation? This would allow cyclists a direct access to Market Street, and it would also allow for a safe loop through the north end. The section I'm talking about is the green line with the black crosshatches. Imagine a family could start riding their bikes at Bartlett Street, cross Maplewood Ave where the proposed bike crossing is, ride all around the north end and head back to Bartlett Street. That would be a nice ride for any cyclist who's looking for a short ride in a beautiful location. For a longer ride, they could start in Islington Street, where it runs parallel to Islington Street, or even further back, and still make a loop as they go through the north end. The 2 Russell Street development is putting in ground floor and first floor parking. There will be asphalt and concrete readily available to extend the existing road. Please ask them to include this additional section for a bike pedestrian path to connect the North Mill Pond Trail by Market Street and approve it as part of this design plan. I also want to make you aware of the orange things on that map, which are crossings. They're supposed to put crosswalks there on Green Street, and Green Street goes across the railroad tracks. I haven't been on those railroad tracks because I usually cross over the railroad tracks. Sorry, I've lived next to them too long. But that is allowed there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other first-round speakers? Anybody on Zoom? Second-round speakers, 10 minutes.
I'll be much briefer than that. My only other comments are, as an entity, and these are, again, 29 property owners, as people that have an interest in this property, we suggest that they deserve more than being treated as a resented stepchild and being told that we'll get to you when we get to you. These people can't sell their condos because they don't know where they're parking, or it certainly complicates how they sell them. And all it requires to resolve it is communication. And instead we're getting monosyllabic answers, threats, or simply silence. And it's not a reasonable way to conduct business. So we put that out there simply for your consideration so that these people are not ignored and this process doesn't get too far down the pike before these property owners are dealt with. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other second-round speakers?
Elizabeth Bratter, 159 McDonough Street. I'm sorry, I didn't realize they were going to do this whole presentation about the different things that they had. So in regards to the view corridors, I agree about the fact that many of you mentioned the light, the lack of light there. It would be helpful if they just made them generally wider, how they got there, but they just need to be wider. It would be nice if the second view corridor lined up with the hill so that you could actually sit in that corridor and look at the old houses that are up on the hill that have been preserved there. A way to attract people into that, into those little view corridors or whatever you want to call them. They could put a splash park in there, which would be, they'd have to put it closer to the other end by the railroad tracks because of the sunlight or lack thereof. And they could use some of the water from that at the end of the day. I think those get switched out, and they could use that to water some of the plants. The North Park is an illusion. It's going to be part of that thing. And they could also move those buildings. I'm not a big proponent of large sidewalks. I think they're a waste in most cases. They could move those buildings closer to Deer Street, which would open up the railroad track side. They could add plantings all along the railroad tracks in the 10-foot setback that's there. And that would make that whole end of that building look a lot nicer, especially since on the second floor, they're putting something in for the condos, but really there's no actual green space for the people who live in this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other second-round speakers? Third-round speakers? Still nobody on Zoom? Close the public hearing. It's the board's pleasure. Does the board understand what a vote here will do?
Correct. I would make a motion that we vote to find that design review process is complete.
Second?
And just so that everyone understands, that means that they are now locked into, after having a public hearing, to the zoning as it sits now, even if my future committee tries to change it.
For at least 12 months. Any discussion? I think we heard a lot of good comments tonight, so I think the applicant was taking notes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Do you have an unanimous approval? Thank you. Consultation.
Yep.
Next, we have a preliminary conceptual consultation request by Julia Tebow Revocable Trust, property at 405 South Street, requesting a preliminary conceptual consultation for subdivision of the existing parcel of .52 acres or 22,750 square feet into two lots. Property is on Assessor's Map 111. Lot 18 is located in the General Residence A District. I think we have a proponent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the planning board, John Shagnon from Ambit Engineering, and he just stepped out, but Patrick Nyston from SAI Builders is also in attendance tonight. Thank you for the opportunity to present this plan to you for some feedback. If we could put it on the board, the property is 405 South Street, and the first plan in the set is a subdivision plan. The property is kind of unique in that it is there we go. So South Street is here. The property runs very long and about 70 feet wide back. It has another point of access, though, which is McNabb Court. So the property has sort of a unique access in the second rear half of it from another public way. The property is in a zone that requires 7,500 square feet of lot area, and the property in total is 22,000 square feet. So it's a large lot for the zone. For the zoning is 7,500. It's a 22,000 square foot lot. So the plan shows subdividing the lot by creating a new line roughly here and splitting the lot almost down the middle in area. So there'd be two lots. The lot on South Street would still remain as it is. Currently, there's a dwelling unit there with a driveway up to a garage and a shed. And then we would create a lot in the back that would be accessed from McNabb Court. Next slide. So in general, the lot topography is sloping from the southeast to the northwest. So as you come onto the property from South Street, it rises up a bit. Then after you get past the garage, the property drops off, as seen by these contours here, and it's down to the level of McNabb Court as you get towards the back. McNabb Court comes off of Lincoln. It then takes a left turn, and there's kind of like a little pocket neighborhood of 4 homes there that are fronting onto the court. They're in close proximity to the court. They all have front porches and steps. Currently, the city will plow McNabb Court, and the property line here ends with a chain link fence that exists, and the city sort of tries to push the snow, but they can only go so far. So it does have an impact on the last 2 homes in McNabb Court. Next slide. So we put together kind of a concept plan to show what might be done on this lot. The idea is to create another opportunity for a single-family home by subdividing the lot. It meets all the criteria except for frontage. The frontage on McNabb Court is only 30 feet, so it's access, not frontage. 100 feet is required, so we would need a variance. But I think it provides an opportunity to put another structure, much-needed housing, and it will also, as we work through the process, we'll be going to the Technical Advisory Committee, and we'll be talking about the possibility of that access drive to the proposed house, providing an opportunity through some sort of an easement for the street to be cleared entirely so that there isn't going to be an interruption or a large snowbank at the end that impacts actually the people on McNabb Court. The house, we looked at placing it sort of next to, in the middle, sort of to make it round out the court, but that wouldn't allow us to do what we're thinking about doing with the ability to continue the street a little bit onto the property, plow the snow, etc. So the house is shown on the southeast portion of the lot. As I said, the topography drops off, so there's an area down here that would be open space, but it would also be there to help assist with stormwater runoff and open space in that regard. I guess that's pretty much all we have to say about this, but we're looking for your feedback before we take the next step, which would be to go to the zoning board and look for the variance to create the lot.
One quick technical point. I touched on the 10 o'clock thing. I didn't ask for a vote. We need a vote to go past 10 o'clock.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Questions for the applicant?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, I was, took a stroll out there the other weekend and ended up talking to a person on Lincoln Ave. And the lot is unique, like you said. It's very long and narrow, and it uniformly slopes down from South Street to Lincoln, almost like a ski slope. And the person I spoke with was very concerned about the drainage and the impervious, and will this development put more water onto their property? So that's one thing I would ask that you look carefully at, is that at the bottom there, you know where the low spot is. If somehow you could do some considerations for them so that they aren't the receiving end of more drainage.
Yes, absolutely. We've done some test pits out there, and what we're going to look to do is to try to infiltrate the roof runoff from the structure. The property is sort of a low point in the neighborhood. I don't know if it was the person that's directly behind it, but some of those lots do drain onto this lot, so we don't want to impact that to do anything there that would cause a problem for them.
Sure.
So we're aware of that.
Jane?
I just have a question, which is, so the proposed house will be like 1,500 something square feet. Is that in keeping with the sizes of the other houses here? Or is it bigger than the other houses?
So it's in keeping with the house that is currently on the property. It's a little bit bigger, as you can see from the site plan. It's a little bit bigger than the homes that are directly on McNabb Court. But those are certainly on lots that are a lot smaller, and so are limited by coverage requirements. The builder has recently done some work in the neighborhood, and in the packet is the architectural plan. So this would be a well-done custom house with quality building. It would be an addition to the neighborhood.
Are you proposing to violate the setback on the back? Is that?
Yes, so we'll be asking for relief to a setback requirement for the structure. And the reason that we're heading that way, if you look at the plan in detail, there's the body of the house, and then the garage bumps back a little bit. And that is to provide this space that I was talking about, so we can provide an easement for that access for the city to plow the snow and not create a snow dam there. So it is a small area there that would be the subject of a variance request, this portion of the garage, but it's needed to sort of step back and allow more space.
So the city would plow snow in front of your garage?
We would be talking to technical advisory, but we believe that you could plow the snow off to the side.
Okay, so, all right. Seems like the garage could slide a couple of feet, but you can cover that with CVA.
Yep.
Anything else? Other comments? I think we're past the preliminary discussion.
We don't
All
need
right.
a vote. We just end.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We'll see you after we go to the zoning board. Appreciate it.
No actual votes. Just end. Thank you. Moving on.
I have 230 Commerce Way, our next. 230 Commerce Way LLC, at 230 Commerce Way, preliminary conceptual consultation for construction of a two-story structure with 12,000 square feet of office space and a veterinary clinic. Property is on Assessor's Map 216, Lot 1-5, and within the Office Research District. Who is here to speak for this application?
Hey, good evening. My name is Neil Hansen. I'm with Ty & Bond. We're the civil engineer on the project. So as you just read into the record, the proposed project's located at 230 Commerce Way. We're here for conceptual consultation due to the fact that this project would add a second primary structure to the lot, which requires us to go through this process with you tonight. The proposed project, Steph, could you pull up the existing condition? No worries. Yeah, I think it's the third sheet. That's the existing conditions plan. So while she's doing that, so for this project, we will need to get a site plan review permit. The project will also require a special exception from the ZBA. The first floor use proposed for this will be a veterinary use, which is needs a special exception. That will be heard next week at the zoning board. And then the second story of this two-story building will just be a general office use. We also need, so the existing site is office building up along Commerce Way, and then behind that building is a large surface parking lot. There's a portion of that surface parking lot that is within the existing wetland buffer of the wetland that's between Portsmouth Boulevard, Market Street, and the back of Market Basket. There's about 3,000 square feet of pavement from that parking lot within that buffer. So we will need a conditional use permit for the buffer impact as part of this project. Keep back one more sheet. Thank you. So, so 230 Commerce Way, this is that large surface parking area. And then this darker hatched area is the existing paved parking that is within that 100-foot wetland buffer. And as I said, it's about 3,000 square feet. So we will need a conditional use permit for that. And we have met with Conservation Commission for a work session related to that. And we also previously met with TAC for a work session. And then the other thing to note about the existing condition is currently this entire surface parking lot, well, any stormwater runoff from it will sheet flow, and it kind of concentrates on this corner and then just goes right out into the wetland, currently untreated. So if you go to the next sheet, please. So this is the proposed site plan. So as I mentioned, this would be the two-story proposed office building. It's got about a 12,500 square foot footprint. As I mentioned, first floor use would be the veterinary use, and then second floor general office. We'd be proposing reconfiguring the parking in this area, and as part of that, we would be pulling most of the existing pavement out of the buffer, as well as doing some buffer restoration work along the edge of the new paved area between the existing tree line and the parking lot. As part of this, we are also proposing to add a new driveway out directly to Portsmouth Boulevard. That will allow any of the office users or anyone dropping off or picking up pets from the vet direct access to the rear of this lot without having to travel a pretty substantial distance through a parking lot to get all the way to the back of the site here. That will require a waiver from you folks for having more than one driveway on a single lot. And then go one more page. So also as part of this, and as I mentioned, the existing condition, there's no current stormwater treatment on the site. So this plan would propose stormwater treatment, so it would capture, detain as necessary, treat any stormwater runoff before discharging it back to the wetland in the rear here. We have done some geotechnical work, and the ledge out there is very shallow, so at this time we don't anticipate that we'll be able to use any sort of surface treatment practices like a rain garden or gravel wetland, just due to the shallow ledge, excuse me. And then water, gas, sewer, utilities, all connecting mostly out to Portsmouth Boulevard. There's a sewer line running through the site, so that's where the sewer will tie in. And then DPW had some comments for us about where we'll be connecting our water mains for this project. That is the quick run through, and I'll leave it at that, given the hour.
Any comments? Yes.
Is it at all possible to shift the building over and get completely out of the buffer?
So potentially. So when we developed this concept plan, we hadn't had an updated survey at this point. So that has, I believe that was done earlier this week. And so when we get into the detailed design, we will certainly look to minimize or completely eliminate any pavement from the buffer to the best we can. Obviously, we're going to need to meet certain parking requirements with these added uses on the site, but yes, certainly we'll minimize.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Jim?
I have a question about that access off of Portsmouth Boulevard.
Yep.
Could the plan go back up, please?
Site plan, C102.
There's a landscape median currently right down the middle of the boulevard, and you'll be removing sections of that?
Yes, we'll be, so that part of that median will get removed, and there'll be a turning lane added there.
And it's a tree. I think there's some cherry trees along that. Do you know how many?
I believe that it's planted. I don't know the species.
Okay. And again, as you're probably well aware, Portsmouth's pretty fixated on safer streets.
Yep.
And fewer access points means a safer street. So I'm just trying to hopefully be able to justify or convince me that this access is really needed. Again, knowing that Portsmouth is focused on safe streets, and an extra access just makes it less safe. So that's where I'm thinking about it right now.
Okay, no response. Jane?
I just had a comment about the sea of parking spaces after sea of parking spaces. It's nice that you're putting a building there, but especially where it's a vet clinic and people could be waiting in their cars with their animals, I think perhaps you could at least consider some trees in the parking lots so that there's shade.
Yeah, so as part of the formal design package, we will have a landscape plan included in that. Given this was, conceptual preliminary, we didn't include it in this, but certainly there will be most likely trees and some sort of plantings within those parking islands. There's potentially going to need to be some sort of outdoor space for the vet clinic itself. So that will all need to get worked out as we go through the detailed design process.
Okay.
Greg, did you have a question?
I did not. Thanks.
Corey?
Thank you, Chairman. So the stormwater improvements are only taking place in the required parking spaces, correct? You're not really...
Yeah, it'd be mostly in the rear half of the lot.
Okay.
Which will, so given, right now, the high point of the lot is kind of in the middle here.
Yep.
So a lot of this makes it to the back, so that just by the nature of the existing condition there, we will have to capture it, and it will end up getting run through those same treatment units.
Okay, and then obviously that's the lot line right there. So
So this is 230 Commerce. This is 210.
Okay.
That's that lot line running between those two buildings.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments? Thank you.
Thank you.
To a public hearing on a city council referral. Application of Randy Collins as the owner for the restoration of involuntarily merged lots at 77 Meredith Way. Their pre-merger status pursuant to New Hampshire RSA 674-39-2 small a's. Some property is shown on the assessor map 162 lot 16 and lies within the general residence A district. Who is here to present
Good evening, Monica Kaiser from Hopeful Phoenix, Gormley and Roberts. Thank you for staying so late. I'll try to be brief. I've given you an awful lot of materials to review over about 3 different submissions. I'm here tonight with Randy and Jeff Collins. They have resided in Portsmouth for the last decade. They lived first at 55 Pine, formerly Meredith, the place next door to this lot. Was a troubled site, and they did a great job redeveloping it. And then deciding they wanted a smaller house and to downsize, they struck a deal with their neighbor, Ms. Dufour, to purchase her lot. The house on that lot is in need of significant renovation. I think my 3rd filing goes into detail in that. And so ultimately, when there are plans to expand that property and that physical expansion of that house are not feasible, they were looking at building another house in its stead and tearing it down and trying to defray the expenses. So that led us to where we are now, which is seeking an unmerger. So the highlights are that we have what were originally 3 lots on the first plan of Elm Place, designed by Haver and Emery, lots 55, 56, and 57. It took a lot of deed research, but we did find early deeds out of that, referencing multiple lots and referencing more lots than just this one, but specifically naming these 3 lots in 1862 and again in 1865. We've given you a map from 1876 that still shows the subdivided neighborhood. After that, it gets a little fuzzy. I think there's some deaths, some probates, and the property is thereafter described just by its perimeter, basically 150 by 150 by 150 by 150. In 1919, the house went to Konstantin Zabraki, and it stayed in that family for a very, very long time. The names changed in 72, and it was thereafter a rental, I think, until into the 80s. So the situation we have is the lots were identified separately on the original 1856 plan, identified separately in some of the deeds, thereafter not referenced separately, but the conduct in developing the lot has been to develop lot 57 and essentially leaving lots 55 and 56 vacant. The tax cards and the tax maps are sort of flip-floppy around. It looks to me, and I've provided them all to you, that the tax cards do like a 2/3, 1/3 split. The first tax card only lists part of the property, not all of it. The second tax card seems to list both sites on the same card, and it goes on like that until the early 1990s. And at some point after that, the tax card just references one large lot, about 22,000 and change square feet. Tax maps are a similar story. They also start out as a 2/3, 1/3 split and go back and forth before ultimately ending up as one lot in the last version. And Stephanie, I saved you from jumping around, but it would be my preference to have you pull up the 1856 map and some of the tax maps in case it comes up for questions. But I know that there's exhibits up to, I think, H or I, so I don't want to have her jumping around at this hour. But that is the lay of the land in terms of the unmerger. Our position legally is that it is the city's obligation to demonstrate that a voluntary merger occurred by conduct or by an explicit merger by document. Our Our position is that while the deed description is one factor in the consideration, and it's certainly the factor that the assessor has focused on, it's not the only factor that is considered. The case law is pretty clear that it's one thing that you look at. Other things you look at involve how the property was developed, if it was developed, was the construction on the property in such a manner as to occupy more than just one lot. We think the way that the original house, which dates to the 1800s, was constructed, it was clearly intended to occupy just one of the three lots. And you can see on the TF Moran plan that Stephanie had up originally, the way that house was situated on that lot. The only other development on the lot appears to be simply some landscaping, some tree planting, and that type of situation. Currently, there's just the house and the shed on the original Lot 57. If you look at the current tax map, you'll see, as I'm sure many of you are familiar with the area, there are a number of these smaller original lots from the 1856 still in existence today, although some of them certainly, like this one, are larger, and so they may have been multiple lots either purchased separately and combined, or they are other lots like ours that just happen to be occupying additional space in different configurations. That's about the size of it. I know we're very tired, so if there are questions you have, or Randy and Jeff, is there anything else you want me to say? Okay. Certainly, if there's questions I can't answer, I'll ask you to pitch in.
Questions for the applicant?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I have a question. Were these three lots ever described with meets and bounds, that is, bearings and distances, and recorded separately in the registry?
I don't find a lot of meets and bounds compass readings descriptions in the old deeds, but they were described, and I think I gave you in my most recent submission in exhibit I think it would be the latest set of deeds. And I quoted from them in my latest submission dated February 10th, and I attached them as an exhibit. And so how they were described, I'm just trying to find the exhibit number for you. Exhibit I was additional deeds. And so the early deeds in 1862 and again in 1865 say also they're granting half interest to each other because it's all deeds going back and forth among all the developers, it seems like. Also, 1/2 part in common and undivided of land called land on Christian Shore, being lots numbered 51 to 55 inclusive, 66 to 71 inclusive, 73 and 74 upon a plan of lots. I think I missed a line there. But those lots are identified individually. And then they refer to the 1856 plan. Let me just get that deed in front of me because now I'm having trouble.
So it's fair to say that all the descriptions are based on referencing to a plan?
Not all of them. The early ones, yes.
Okay.
And then in about 1878, the deed chain stops in the middle. There's a gap. I think there were probably some transfer of the property in probate and such. And then what happens is the lot is thereafter conveyed 150 by 150 by land of Jones and Smith and so. And it doesn't reference the plan. It just references the meaning to intending to convey what I got. So that is the issue with the description, and it's what the assessor's focusing on, and I think it's reasonable for her to focus on that. my position is just that that's not the only piece of the puzzle to consider. I'm sorry, 51 to 58 inclusive. I think I misspoke and said 55. So those early deeds referenced those 3 lots specifically in a group of others, and then referenced that 1856 plan.
I haven't studied this in any great detail, but I'm looking at the 1878 going forward. It seems like they are describing a parcel, singular, of land.
Understood. And I think the issue with that is, first of all, it's unclear to me whether some of those are family transfers or transfers from probate. I think some of them are. I agree that that is a weakness. But I also stand before you not carrying the burden of persuasion here. The city does. But what I would say with regard to that is if there were an entire subdivision or a group of 10 lots created somewhere, and then I were then to convey them to you, it might not necessarily be that I would describe, this lot, this lot, this lot, and this lot. I might just say, here's all of it. Ideally, then I would say, meaning and intending to convey, lots 1 through 10, and that's not what happened here. But you look beyond the deed description to other factors as well, not just focus on the deed description. That's the biggest beef I have with the assessor, is she keeps going back to the deed description, but the law is that you consider other factors as well.
The plan that you have prepared, they didn't find any monuments monumenting those other lots, it looks like. Is that correct?
I'm not sure if I know that you know how to read a plan, so if you didn't see any monuments, then there may not be any. I don't know that that's necessarily dispositive.
I didn't suggest that, just evidence.
Sure.
Yes.
I guess my biggest issue with this is that the prior owner considered this one lot, that they had bought it that way and considered it one lot, and that's one of the things that the courts do look at, is all prior owners' intentions of ownership. And it was clear from letters that were sent to us that that was her position. On top of that, with the deed description for a very, very long time, has been as one lot. So I have a hard time seeing this as going back, over 100 years to, and where it was never really ever deeded as an individual lot, from what I can tell.
Well, with respect to the prior owner, I will just say that one of the things that's difficult for a situation like this, and I do agree that courts look at the conduct of the owners, but there hasn't really been a situation that I've seen yet. There haven't been too many cases decided on this issue where the court has had to look at the subjective belief of a particular owner. It's more likely that that information isn't available, and the court is looking at, did they put a shed on the other lot? Did they build a pool on the other lot? Did they have a patio on the other lot? Did they expand or build on this lot in a manner to violate setbacks or other things? And they haven't yet had an opportunity to look at the subjective declaration of a prior owner. The other thing I would say about Ms. Dufour is that she had the opportunity to subdivide the property herself and almost did, and then did not, but also easily could have, and she didn't change the description in the deed that she conveyed to Collins. She just did what everybody does, which is, repeat the same language in the deed that she got. So I don't think there was any necessarily new declaration from her in terms of what was given to Collins. She could have requested a lot merger. She could have put a deed restriction on her property if she did not want it subdivided or unmerged. But the big issue is that by the time Karen Dufour got the property, the city was already treating it as one lot. So if you think you have one lot and you act subjectively like you have one lot, but the city's involuntarily merged that? Is that really fair? Because why would you think that it's more than one lot if you're looking at your tax map and it shows one lot? The question is, how did it get to that? And was that, that's what happened with these on mergers, is person before Jufor, did they file a request for a lot merger? Did they do something? Did they make a request to the city to be treated as one lot? And that's what the city has to demonstrate to us. And I don't see that they have. I do think there is some interesting elements here in terms of, there were 3 lots, and then for a long time, since the 20s, the city had them as 2 lots. And so, why is that? And what led to that, I don't know. I think it is important for you to know that our intention is only to have 2 lots, not 3. I think I made that clear in my last submission.
But then why aren't you subdividing it? I mean, that would be, I think, a more straightforward route. If all you want is 2 lots, why are you trying to now turn it into 3?
We're not trying to turn it into 3. I think there's been 3 lots that have been merged together. I don't think that we have an obligation to request to unmerge all 3 of them.
Yeah, you actually have to. It has to go back to original status. That's what we've been told from day one in looking at these, that if we unmerge them, it has to go to whatever you're considering was the original status, which you're telling us is 3 lots.
Well, my request would be to unmerge lot 57 that has the house on it. That would be my request. And if you wanted to entertain a condition that I file a formal merger to merge the other 2, I would do that. But I don't think that we are obligated to continue to operate as 3. I don't think we're obligated to build 3 things. I think we can take one out and keep the other 2. And if you want us to execute something to that effect, it'll be clear that we only want to take out the house that was developed, that clearly seemed to be developed in a way to only occupy its 50 or 49
Okay,
foot.
I think the assessor is going to speak. You're just one quick question. I'd like a quick.
I'm sorry. That's who that was.
I have one quick question for you, if you can keep it just a simple. You said the prior owner went to subdivide the property.
Yes.
Okay, that's important information, I think.
She had it under contract with someone who sought to do that. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I think, unless there are other questions for the applicant, I think the assessor would like to speak on Zoom. Can we bring her in?
Can you see me or hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening. So I'm just going to read something that I was just writing while I was watching the meeting. So this way, I just wanted to make sure I hit all my points on this. So again, I'm going to read, sorry. In the decisions noted by Attorney Kaiser, the Supreme Court made clear that neither the legal description describing one lot nor the owner's acceptance of a taxation of a single parcel alone supports a finding of a voluntary lot merger. In these decisions, those properties listed multiple lots within the deed's legal description, along with a combined meets and bounds description. So when they were looking at this, they weren't really focusing on this in these decisions, but what they did say is that these deeds do list multiple lots, regardless of having one meets and bound description. So that's why they felt that the description of the lot does not constitute a merger if it's listing multiple lots. The deeds for 77 Meredith Way go back to 1878, as stated, and describes one parcel with no reference to additional lots within a single meets and bounds or description. Deeds prior to 1878, as represented by Attorney Kaiser, described 16 lots. Sometime after 1865, these lots were transferred and described as single parcels without reference to multiple lots. Attorney Kaiser also states that the property in 1992, the property record card reflects another merger. It does not. The card reflects 7,500 square feet of primary site and an additional 15,287 square feet of secondary site. This does not mean the assessor merged the lot. This means the assessor reviewed the property and the deed, and then the assessment was made. The assessor recognized the additional land and assessed it at 10% of its value, indicating that it was surplus land, not buildable. The 1994 deed does not reflect any merger. It simply shows the valuation methodology changed during the 1994 tax year due to changes from a manual valuation system to a computer automated mass appraisal system, changing the way the land was valued. So in the prior deed, it was valuing 2 sites, and then in 1994, they valued it as 1 site, and that was simply because of valuation methodologies and changing from a manual system to a computer system. The Collinses are requesting, or the Collins request also indicates that tax maps indicate the city treated the parcel as separate lots. The only indication I see that lots were treated differently is between 1951 to 1971, when the parcel, Plan 89 Lot 45, was assessed as a 100 by 150 lot, which included the dwelling. I have no additional records for Lot 46 on file. And the tax record indicate the lot was treated as a single parcel. Additionally, it is reasonable to conclude that 77 Meredith Way was assumed to be sold as a single lot by Ms. DeForest, as she requested a subdivision of a single lot, and she was receiving 1 tax bill. One would have to research records going back to the 1800s to find these were 3 lots on a plan. The statute defines the voluntary merge means a merger under RSA 77 or 674-39A, or an overt action or conduct that indicates an owner regarded the lots as a merge. Ms. DeForest regarded her lot as a single lot. She went for subdivision approval as a single lot, and she sold it as a single lot. And you have all my other memos that basically tell why I feel this should not be unmerged. I do have an issue with this statute. I feel that the statute should be directed towards properties that were merged by the actual owner, that if the property is sold by a new owner, that new owner should have the foresight to unmerge these lots, not the new owner at the time or before the lot was merged.
Thank you. I think this is a public hearing, so I'm going to open the public hearing so we can get through the public hearing, to be honest.
Is there anybody on Zoom?
Is there somebody on Zoom? Okay. First round speakers. Go ahead if you're there. Anybody else on Zoom?
She did submit a letter that should be in the record.
Is there anybody present who would like to speak to, for, or against this application? Now we have a Zoom person. Go ahead.
My name is Kendra Ford, and I submitted a letter for the last hearing that got moved to this, objecting to the land being subdivided into 3 pieces. And when I wrote that letter, the land which had been wooded was being completely clear cut. I've been told that cutting was done mostly because a lot of the trees were unhealthy, and if that's the case, then that makes sense. But so the plan has changed several times, as far as I can tell, since the neighbors were informed. And every turn, we sort of get told that they would like to, a different plan that suits a problem that they have, and they want the like the land and the surrounding neighborhood to accommodate that. And it looks like it won't serve the neighborhood well to do this. And what they're saying is if they don't subdivide the land, that they can build a large multifamily unit on the land, which is what they did in the last lot next door. So I guess really what I want to say is that none of these plans seem good to me, but I understand that there may be zoning that doesn't allow you to make to not allow some of the plans. But the water in the area would be very impacted by additional impervious surface, and that seems like one of the things that indeed makes that area unbuildable. I appreciate your thoughtfulness on this somewhat tangled question.
Thank you. Is there anybody else on Zoom? Any other first-time speakers? Second-time speakers?
I just want to make clear that it was the Collins' intention, once it was clear that the old house was not able to be expanded, to have 2 structures on that lot. And you can support a single structure, a duplex structure, or something like that on a lot of this size. If it's all one, it is certainly large enough to support a 2-family home. They simply thought, wouldn't it look nicer if there was a small house here and a small house here, rather than, a longer duplex type of arrangement. As for the assessor, I just direct you to page 4 of my last filing. We just have a difference of opinion in the reading of the lead case, but I don't want to bore you going back and forth on that.
Thank you.
And certainly if you have any other questions.
Third round speakers? Nobody on Zoom? I'm going to close the public hearing. What's the pleasure of the board? Yes.
Instead of making a motion, can I ask Attorney Sullivan a question?
He's still here, and he looks awake.
Sorry to drag you from your comfy seat.
You should have asked him before, but you know that.
No, during our deliberations, we're allowed to ask staff and legal questions.
Can I say as a couple of preliminary points before we start, which is number one, I have not studied the factual background of this case. I do not have the materials that you have. And although I have the statute, I've been involved, of course, in many of these cases in the past, and I'm familiar with how we handle
My
them.
question is truly general in the nature of.
And number two, I'm constrained. I'm constrained from offering any opinions on the ultimate question, because the city's position on the ultimate question won't be determined until the city council votes. And once the city council votes, then whatever decision the council makes, it'll be the duty of the city's legal department to advance that position should any litigation occur afterwards. So I don't have an opinion on the ultimate question because as of yet, the council has not expressed an opinion on the ultimate question. So with that introduction, I'm happy to do whatever I can do.
Now, my general question is, because I believe the advice we've been given over the, now in my 10th year of participating in this board and seeing many of these projects, is that because I remember one on one of the streets off of Islington, we couldn't, it was 3 lots and we couldn't
That's
make it 2 and 1. We had to go back to 3.
What you stated about that earlier is entirely accurate.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm that we cannot just take 1 lot out. Okay,
It
thank
comes
you.
right from the wording of the statute. If you find there was an involuntary merger, then you must unmerge the lots, plural.
Okay, thank you. That was really all I wanted to confirm. With that, Mr. Chairman, if I might, I would make a motion that we vote to deny these lots be unmerged to the city council as a recommendation.
Second? That's not me making a second.
Yeah, I'm asking for one.
Second.
Would you like me to speak to it?
Yes.
I have seen a lot of these cases for a lot of years, and that has been something true. And I have to say, in every case that we've had, we're looking at current deeds that list the actual lots and list the actual plan that it refers to. As a real estate attorney who looks at a lot of deed descriptions on a daily basis, I would find it extremely difficult in the chain of title to see how this would go, because they're going to have a survey done. And if what their ultimate goal is to have two lots, I say put in a simple subdivision of the two lots, and I think that seems like a much cleaner way, both for the chain of title and for the city's tax office moving forward. I don't see this going back over 100 years to 3 lots from the 1800s, and there's a lot of gaps in the ownership, there's a lot of gaps in the knowledge, so I don't feel very comfortable at all saying that these should be unmerged into 3 lots. Anyone else can give their opinion.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sorry.
That's okay.
Everybody's pointing this way. I'm like, why are you pointing?
Just like to add that, I agree with everything Councilor Monroe just said. But I think I'll also add, the application that we just had before us, I think, is the way to go with this particular lot. With when they do subdivide, I think a lot of the abutters issues can be kind of addressed at that point in time. Runoff, house layout, that sort of thing. I just think it's going to be a much cleaner way to go. I'm generally in favor of trying to, unmerge these or subdivide, because I think that's how the city's going to get more contemporary housing. But I think in this case it's just going to be much cleaner to go ahead and do it that way. So,
Anybody else? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We have recommendation not to recommend a merger. We have 2 more quick, I hope. Thank you for your consideration. Thank you. So we have 2 extensions, I think.
Yes.
Request of 238 Deer Street LLC for property 238 Deer Street for requesting a 1-year extension of the conditional use permit that was granted February 18th, 2021.
So moved.
second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Have request of Robert Gigliotti, owner for the property at 292 Lang Road for 1-year extension of wetland conditional use permit. Approval granted February 18th, 2021.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Did you want to say anything really quick about tomorrow?
I think Ms. Bagalia has a question first. Maybe I'll let her do that first.
Yes. Because we are in the other business part of the agenda, I'd like to suggest a motion, offer a motion, particularly since there's a number of planning board members who are new, myself amongst them. It would be really good to understand the history and context in which we are being asked to review proposed developments. One of the planning board's roles is growth management and making sure each development is viewed in the context of the big picture and that we're meeting the needs of the community. A number of residents have expressed concern at the rate of growth and the number of large developments that have been approved and how the, quote, character of Portsmouth is changing. So toward that end, it would be very helpful to us to have a recent inventory of the mix of residential, commercial, hotel, and workforce or affordable units that have been approved and built in recent years in Portsmouth. I think we also need to know whether we are meeting the state standard and to what degree for our fair share of affordable housing. Therefore, I would like to make a motion that we ask the planning department staff to prepare an inventory of the following, those approved and built or in the pipeline to be built: single-family residences, the number per year for the last 10 years, multifamily, condos, affordable units, hotel rooms, and the number and types of variances and exceptions, including conditional use permits and wetland conditional use permits during the last 10 years.
Is that a formal motion?
That's my motion.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Do you want to describe any further, Jane, or I think you've described it pretty well.
Yeah, I took time to think about it and write it down, so I just think it would be extremely helpful to have the bigger context. We can all certainly agree that the rate of growth is large in Portsmouth, and that we have a changing cityscape. And so I think it's very hard to decide. Already, even in just this meeting, I've heard, and everybody knows we need more housing, and everybody knows we need more housing. Well, to what extent, what type, are we meeting it? I think we need these kinds of parameters in order to make the best, most informed decisions possible. And I don't mean to burden the planning department staff at all, but I think this is a good place to start with new people on the planning board and a new planning director.
Beth, you had your hand up.
One of the things you asked about was workforce housing units. Portsmouth Housing Authority is currently underway and doing a housing assessment for the city of Portsmouth. So I think some of the information we'll get from that is going to be helpful.
Great.
In the next year, we're also having, the Rockingham Planning Commission is in the process, along with all the other planning commissions throughout the state, are doing a housing assessment for the entire state. And that's going to give us more information about not only our housing stock, but it's also going to tell us which towns and which areas have enough affordable housing, have low-income housing, all of those, and which do not. So I think some of those numbers are coming in the coming year because there is a statewide push. I've attended multiple events in even the last 2 weeks talking all about different aspects of our housing crisis, because it's not just the state, it's the entire country that's experiencing this right now. And it's a phenomenon that is somewhat brought around by the pandemic and somewhat brought around by low interest rates and a lot of people moving to rural areas. So it's made our state very popular. So I'm not against getting this information. I just think we need to also look at it in the grander scheme of actual data for more than just our city.
Ms. Peter.
I like the request. I understand Beth's concern. I also question, I mean, there has been a lot of new housing units in the last 10 years in Portsmouth and hotels. Besides what's been created, what's the occupancy of these hotels and these apartments? And I mean, are they filling up, all of them? I mean, are all these hotels filling up? I think that's part of that study that's valid information.
I can tell you the rental rates of apartments is very minimal.
Rentals has always been a problem in Portsmouth, but I mean, the number of hotel rooms that have been created or added in the last 5 to 10 years it's significant, and I don't know that they're filling them up. I don't know that they are or they're not. I think it's important as you go to keep building and building and building. If at some point you might have too much.
Andrew, you have.
I'm not saying we do, but
Yeah.
This is without a doubt a larger conversation that we're going to have inevitably. But with respect to the motion that Jane has presented, I absolutely agree. But I do think that there is a need to have a direction with it applied. And so before we set the city staff and the planning staff out there on this mission and start collecting these resources, it is important to me, in my mind, to have this overarching goal that we want to achieve. Because if we sit here month after month receiving proposals with these resources in our hands, looking at the numbers and all of this, yes, we can offer our suggestion and our feedback, But to some extent, we do want to apply to a master plan. We do want to apply to a vision plan and take these individual developers and say, hey, thank you for your proposals. Here's what we're looking at. Here's what we're reviewing based on these factual numbers that we're looking at. So yes, there's without a doubt that need. I'm a part of some of these commissions and committees in my industry where we get these numbers month after month. So happy to provide them to everyone. Nonetheless, we have to have that direction, I think, before we decide where we're headed with that.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If I may, some of this information that you're requesting, Jane, has been provided to the previous council, certainly during my tenure. But I would also want to bring up that we're not a policy-making board. We're a regulatory board. And I think there's a venue for taking the information and carrying the conversation forward. So that's not to say the staff wouldn't be pleased to put the information forward, but I just want to put that out there in the context of what we are doing here as a body versus other bodies such as the council or the land use committee and other groups.
Well, actually, can I speak? I don't know
It's
if I
11:30
keep
at night.
raising my hand, but actually, I just recently heard that a land use committee was formed, and it would be really good as a member of the planning board to understand what the mission, the goals, who comprises it, and how the planning board is going to collaborate with it.
I can tell you all that.
Also, I've been doing a lot of work getting trained through the Office of Strategic Initiative, taking my role on the planning board really seriously here. And it's my understanding from hours of PowerPoints, YouTube trainings, etc., that a planning board is supposed to be both active and passive. We're here to review site plans and subdivisions and grant conditional use permits and variances. I understand that. But it seems like, to me, and this is, a fresh mind, so bear with me, but it does seem to me that we are missing our roles as an active board, one that's supposed to be looking at the master plan, looking at our rate of variance and conditional use permit granting, and seeing why. What are the reasons for if we think it's frequent, if we think it's off a normal curve, why? And should we take another look at the zoning ordinances and recommend revision of the zoning ordinances to the city council? That's my understanding.
Okay, I think we need a workshop meeting to discuss this in detail. To pick up on what both of you are saying, some of what this board does affects policy decisions made by the council, and it has to make recommendations to the council. And, growth management ordinances and things like that can begin at, and probably should begin with this board. So I'm all for data.
Or something as well. When you're done.
And I know the new planning director and I have been meeting regularly. We're meeting every other week with one of the principal planners as well. And I know she's been working some of this. Would you like to add something?
And the only thing I would like to add is that I think there are a lot of initiatives that the board's interested in. What you've just described to me, I think we could bring some of that information to bring that exhaustive list, based on our capacity, would probably take months to compile and would be prioritized above a lot of other things. I think we're working on understanding where our capacity is right now, because we primarily support the boards and committees that we're a part of and that we stand up every week, and that is a great deal of work on the part of staff. I recognize the board has larger initiatives that they're interested in, some policy work, but I would propose that we work on developing a work plan that is more comprehensive, because you've just mentioned a whole host of things that the board is interested in, and rather than spend 6 months on a study, because I think there is some data that's already out there that's been mentioned by multiple folks, that I even asked the assessors if they do break down. I've shown some examples of how some assessors break down by unit types, and maybe they have benchmarks over the years that we could show that over time. But I think that there's a larger work plan that's in question here. I'm working to try and understand what capacity we have as a staff, and then look to the board where we do have some capacity to try and identify where they'd like us to direct our attention, in consultation, of course, with the city council, who ultimately sets our work plan. So,
Would it make sense, would you consider an amendment to your motion that we ask the planning director to come back in a month with a work plan looking to help start this process of gathering this information for us?
Yes, that's really reasonable. Sure, I accept
And with a
that.
second,
Second.
I'm going to call for a vote. We good with that? Everybody in favor? Aye.
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 Motion to adjourn?
Do you want to hear about the land use
Second.
committee still or not?
I'm sorry. I did.
So,
I still do.
On February 7th, the city council meeting, I created a land use committee at my request at the city council meeting at the behest of the city council has approved. The purpose is to review all current zoning policies surrounding housing and development to encourage sustainable, diverse, and affordable development, including expanded multimodal transportation. We plan on reporting back to the city council with any recommendations that we have to them, and then that would get sent to the planning board, which would then get to look at it, review it, have public hearings on it, and send their final recommendations back to city council. So we're going to start the policy there. The members that are on that are going to be myself, Councilor Blaylock, Assistant Mayor Kelly, Chairman Chelman, Vice Chair Clark. We have 2 staff members that are joining us, so Planning Director Zent, Principal Planner Cracknell. I also have invited and gotten okays with the Executive Director of the Portsmouth Housing Authority is going to join it and have a voice in it. And I also invited a member of the Economic Development Commission to join that. And I believe, if I can't remember, Sarah LaChance. Sarah LaChance is, and we actually have our first meeting in just about 8 hours from now here at the City Hall. So if you give us a chance to get started, we're going to take a very structured look at immediate changes that we can suggest. Hopefully, I have a goal of within 30 days of our first meeting, we'll be making our first suggestions of some changes, both to the ADU laws is my hope, and to some other workforce housing requirements that we have now as incentives. But then we also want to look at all the city-owned properties and where we can expand on affordable housing and things through that. And we also want to look at housing opportunity zones and some of the new legislature that's coming down that can help us. So this is all in the works, and you will all get to see it. We just need to do some of the research and some of the background work to get you guys some actual information to look at and review. So hopefully that will help everyone. And then now I'd like to adjourn.
Second. So moved.
So I can come back in a few hours.